reasonable.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll just ask you what a card in your hand is, even though I can see the card.
There we go. Um, so to answer your question from before we started, or when we were muted um, during the stream, um, yeah, the reason it's Negator is because my first deck was Urza's Block Constructed, and the very, very young kid me thought that Dark Ritual with Phyrexian Negator was the coolest thing on the planet, and I was worried because that format had a lot of burn and red creatures, so I added Mother of Runes to the deck. So it was 11 plains, 11 swamps, Mother of Runes, and Dark Rituals and Negators. So
Pretty cool.
that's where my Magic origin story is, and
Nice.
I just kept the name. It was always my favorite card. Yeah.
But both of us are just favorite Magic card, and then assuming the year born.
No, that is not my birthday.
You might be older than us.
Yeah, what era I was born in is open for debate, but
So why 77?
77 was my hockey number growing up. So a couple
Like
of
just double hockey sticks?
no, it was when I was really young. I used to like a hockey player named Ray Bork who wore that number. So when I started playing as a kid, he was basically retired at that point, but I still picked up that number and never stopped running it. So it stuck. But yeah, everyone thinks that's my birth year, but it is not.
Nice. Mine's my birth year. I have no secrets.
Nice. Or no, I do not think Dark Ritual and Phyrexian Negator could work in Legacy. There have been significant improvements to creatures since those days.
Yeah, maybe not that, but you could try Mother Rune's Dark Ritual. You could play, let's see. I'm trying to think of a card like Still Moon Cavalier, but like something that would have better protections. That would be good.
Still Moon Cavalier is it's the one where you have to pay for everything, right? You have to.
It's also pro white, pro black.
Yeah, but then you have to pay for the pump, pay for the toughness increase, and was it make it flying? Is that the other one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And first, it can't pump its toughness, just like offense, jump, and first strike,
Makes sense.
which is pretty much everything you need. Wow, these legacy queues are really good at finding opponents that they probably just tuned into the stream.
It's funny. I haven't streamed probably since last spring, but when I was around then, I was streaming about once a week, and this happens a lot more often when you're on stream. So I know a lot of people just straight up move this off the screen to not have people be able to do that, but whatever. If people want to pick their matchup, more power to them. It's a legacy league.
Yeah, like I've done that before too, where I'll watch a streamer and I want to watch their stream, so I just like try to queue the times that they don't, and I see if we queue at the same time. I just cancel. All right, this deck does nothing.
What? This is with any land. This is a turn 2 combo with wasteland protection.
Yeah, I guess it's good enough.
No, it's not. With a double needle, I would, but I don't think this is keepable. I was just kind of. If we were on the draw, I think this is keepable. But given that we lose to any counterspell on crop rotation, we have no way to disrupt them outside of Pithing Needle, and we need to draw a land in a 24 land deck. I would not keep this.
And it's another situation where the Blend of Elegance is like super cool.
Yeah, maybe in the old rules that's a sketchy keep, but
So this one's missing the dark decks, but you have more interaction.
yeah. So I think this is a marginal keep.
And then what are we putting back to Elder Spirit Guide?
Yeah, I don't think we need double acceleration, and I like the Spirit Guide as a hidden accelerant as opposed to the Lotus Petal. My dogs are really going to town.
And the fact that you have Urborg, like you already get to make black, so the color consideration doesn't matter as much.
Exactly.
So do you ever turn one needle in the dark, or are you more likely just to rest?
In this case, if I have an idea that they might be on Wasteland, or my hand is particularly, this hand is pretty vulnerable to Wasteland. If the Urborg goes, our hand does nothing. But in this case, we actually can still play the needle on turn 1 as a worst case scenario. So I think the duress makes the most sense. full information, and if their hand is like double wasteland, then yeah, we can just burn the green source and needle if we have to.
Yeah, pretty much like a 3 for 3, where it'd be like duress, needle, and spirit guide.
So,
They're two wastelands.
and oddly, that's exactly what they have. Given their hand, there's an outside chance maybe they sit on a land to play Young Pyromancer on turn 2, but I don't think we can really risk that.
Yeah, and we don't want to be in a situation where they like brainstorm into like the nuts and then like are able to just like pull up this wasteland. Like we just shut off so much of the hand by playing the needle. Like once it's on the board, usually these decks don't have a way to get it off, so it's a really nice insurance policy to just like never have to worry about it. Game.
May have been correct to play the Hex Mage there anyway, and to burn, since if we draw Dark Depths, it literally doesn't matter since we already have the stage.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. How often do you feel like the fair playing pattern matters, right? Like starting next turn we would be missing 2 points.
Yeah, in this case, it's not going to matter at all because we have 0 main deck ways to get rid of that Young Pyromancer, and every spell they play is just a blocker for the Hex Mage. So there's basically a 0 chance that we could kill them with damage in this game, outside of the 2020. So I don't think that's going to matter on that front. But maybe they would bother. Probably not because the stage is already in play. But maybe they would waste a turn killing it before playing the Young Pyromancer, I guess, is the best argument for it being in play.
According to chat, my audio's a bit loud.
You can easily come up. All right. I added quite a bit.
Cool. So our opponent being savvy enough to understand how Urborg works with fetch lands, so that's pretty cool. So I actually had a debate with some of my friends maybe a year or 2 ago about whether or not First Strike was an offensive or defensive mechanic. What is your stance?
First Strike is an offensive or defensive mechanic? I think it's both.
Well, imagine if it's like on a scale from like 0 or 1 being like not like very defensive and 10 being like very offensive. So like encouraging attacking versus encouraging blocking.
I would say it's more of a defensive mechanic.
I agree.
Even from this deck, which you wouldn't really ever picture as defensive, this thing just sits there and shuts off so many attacks from opponents or people attacking on, and it just forces bad plays or forces them to wait a turn to set up a better attack kind of thing. Yeah, way more often than I'm pushing through because of First Strike.
Yeah. The way I kind of put it is Magic is different than a lot of other games because Magic favors the defender, whereas games like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Hearthstone favor the attacker. I don't know if you've played these other hip and happening games.
I have not, but that's pretty consistent with things I've heard from other people.
Yeah, so normally you just get to choose which creature you attack with your creature. So then, like, even the control decks are going to play creatures because you need to be able to attack their creatures for interaction. And therefore, like, a mechanic like First Strike would be very oppressive if it existed. It would just be the equivalent of indestructible. Because you would just always attack your First Strike creature into their one creature that's smaller than it, and then you're just always killing it. And like Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of just does that because you just have your one monster attack their one monster, so the big one always kills the small one. In Magic, though, if I just have a 2/2 First Strike, it has to be a defensive mechanic, because if I attack my 2/2 First Strike into your 2/2/2s, it's like First Strike almost doesn't exist. I just get to, like, if it didn't have First Strike, we'd still just trade 2 and 2.
Makes sense.
We should target them with the Vampire Hex Mage. That way it removes all counters from their hand.
Yeah, that card would be...
Well, they can't have any counters. We remove them.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried to convince one of my Infect opponents that was a possible line in chat the other day. They didn't buy it.
Oh. But yeah, so yeah, like First Strike favoring the blocker, your two power like First Strikers get to block off of 4/4. So yeah, I think like after thinking about it for a while, it's like pretty intuitive that first strike is a defensive mechanic, which is like pretty interesting because at first glance, a lot of people say it's offensive.
Makes sense. Luckily, it's been phased out for much weaker mechanics on the creatures nowadays.
Yeah, it's true. Phasing hasn't existed for a while. Can you still like play that phasing card on a Batterskull Germ and the Batterskull won't come back, or did they change the rules?
Oh, you're talking about the one casting cost blue card?
Yeah.
I have not seen someone try to make that. I'm not even going to begin to guess as to what the rules on that are at this point. All I know is that when they phase out my Lodge, it doesn't come back.
Yeah. That's exactly what happens to the Germ token. But like the way phasing is like, at least back then, like they might have changed it now. Maybe if there's like a judge in the chat or something, they would know. But the way the phasing card worked with the Germ is that like on normal creatures, when you phase out something, you phase out all the aura and equipment and whatever junk is on it. Like all of that phases with it, and then the like it kind of just exists in another zone. And then phasing allows it to come back during the untap step, which virtually like gives it haste. So then it comes back with seamlessly with like all the equipment's enchantments from like this other zone. But the thing is, when you get to phase out the Germ token, then the Germ just can't come back. Just like how what you said, when you phase out Miralash, it doesn't come back because it's still like kind of like a remove from the game zone.
Fortunately, no one plays those cards, so
Yeah, it was really interesting the amount of things people came up with when Batterskull was printed. That was actually before I really played a lot of Legacy. I kind of just did because the Star City circuit like was starting to introduce it, and I was just playing whatever people could lend me. So I think I played once with like Merfolk, twice with some Esper like Thopter sword deck. It just like wasn't very good. And then the first deck that I played that I really enjoyed was what is it called? No Rug with Mental Misstep, and I had some mild success with that, and really enjoyed the play patterns of it. And I watched like my old matches, and I was just absolutely terrible. I very much learned Legacy by like a trial by fire sort of thing, where I just tried doing what I thought was good, and it just wasn't good most of the time. Like the first time I cast the Sylvan Library in the Snow Rug deck, it was either the first or second time. It was in the top 4 of a Star City. I was playing against Blue White Stoneblade, but it was like Fairy Blade, I guess. It played like Riptide Laboratory, Spellstutter Sprite, Stoneforge Mystic. Do you remember this deck at all?
I do, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, it was like Star City Richmond. I was playing against Tim Piskowski, who was like pretty good friends with Ben Freeman at the time, and we're all like grinding in the circuit. And I played turn 2 Sylvan Library, and I pay it life, and then died to 2 Mutavault attacks. But I pretty much on the first one, I just look at the cards. I'm like, yeah, you can't do this in standard, because I was known as like more of a standard player back then. So it's like, yeah, you can't do this in standard. It just has to be right to like draw like Ancestral Recall this turn. And then I just didn't have a Lightning Bolt, and I was like, well, the only way I can really like dig to beat this Mutavault is by drawing 3 cards again, and hopefully I get a better look for it next turn. All right, this looks like a good hand.
The Reclaimer is by far the worst tutor in the matchup, so it's probably going to just die. But yeah,
we have to get forced though, right? Because of Sylvan Scrying.
Yes. There's we're not. This is even with double stage and 1 land. There's very little chance we're going to go with the Hex Mage, and we should be able to find a colored source in an emergency anyway. So that makes a lot of sense. So speaking of, what are your feelings on the lack of the ability to play Legacy in the future on said circuit that you were just discussing?
Yeah, so if I recall correctly, this might be the second time they've done it, but I'm willing to be wrong. So I try to approach it from a couple different standpoints. I do like Star City, like what they've provided Magic players and what they've done as a company. So I definitely respect their decision, and it is true that like Pioneer overlaps a decent amount with Modern, so it could be possible that for the people that want to get into the scene, maybe they don't have to pay as much money to be able to play all these events and not care as much about the format. Um, One thing that's interesting though is that Star City controls a decent amount of how Legacy is viewed, or just Magic in general is viewed. So, from a business perspective, and I'm not saying that this is like their intention or anything, but if I just cared about making money and I were running a business, a way you can do that is by removing support for something like Legacy, and then you could then try to buy Legacy cards because people will want to play the other formats, and then you could, after buying all of them, you could run the circuit. It doesn't have to be next year, but sometime in the future, then you get to sell it higher because people sold out of it before. And once again, I'm not saying that that's like their plan or anything like that. I'm just trying to think from a pure like business perspective, but that's not good. Like people would kind of like lose faith and stuff.
Sure.
So, um, it's kind of tough from a lot of different standpoints. So that's more from like me trying to speculate reasons why they could have done it, but I don't think that was really your question. How I feel about it is just, well, how I feel about it is more from a business perspective, though. I mean, they probably just ran some sort of numbers, and like, even if my like fictional business reason is not anywhere like close to the reason why they want to do it, they might just ran the numbers on like their Legacy like turnouts, or in Legacy events, how much more or less money they make from the dealers like buying and selling. So, because it is kind of true that for the most part, people will either borrow Legacy cards from their friends, or they will like they'll just be buying the new cards that came out that they need to play, right? Like look at your deck. Like you're just playing Elvish Reclaimer and Veil of Summer. So that's all the cards you would be buying for a new Legacy event if you didn't have them already. Meanwhile, if they have it be Pioneer, Modern, and Standard, like people are more likely to want to buy things. So, like, we can say whatever we want to about attendance, but I think a decent part of the profit margin can also just be like from the vending of the events. So, to actually just answer your question, yeah, I think it kind of stinks that there's a bunch of like Legacy specialists or experts out there, such as like you and Casey Lancaster, who's now branched off. Like he's always played other formats, but he really likes Legacy a lot. But it makes it hard for people like you guys that really just enjoy Legacy and would play it at whatever opportunity like is presented, and for that to just not be there is pretty stinky.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am. I think I understand why they're doing it, but that's kind of unfortunate. I felt like I see little downside for them to not run classics. That's the part I really don't understand. Like as a main open format, I get it. They want their card availability. They want the grinders on the tour to be able to play the big events, but they have choices on Sunday. So any grinder that doesn't make day two, that wants to, go after points, has the option to play in Modern, Pioneers, or whatever the other two classics would be. So
yeah, they might have just also like done the numbers on that end too, and just been like, hey, these Legacy classics are just very small, so we're just gonna like phase it out for now. But it's definitely tough for the community that we care about. To answer the Hackbirds question from earlier, am I going to the 20K in March? So I believe that was the one that Bob Huang and Anurag told me about. Um, I'm not sure. A lot of things in the next few months are a little bit up in the air for me. I started a relatively new job, and there's kind of like a training program, and there could be times at which you kind of like promote to like the next level of the program, in which case you like it's just very focused. So I'm trying to keep my schedule as open as possible. So I'll be going to like pro tours and very close Grand Prix, and any tournament where I know that like it's pretty hard for me to plan in advance due to the nature of just not knowing. But Missouri is far away too. But
Yeah, Missouri is currently $400 from our area for a flight
geez.
too. So I don't know whether that'll change as it gets more flyer friendly timetable. But yeah, at the moment it's kind of so it's $100 entry to the event itself, and then $400 to fly there if you're going to fly, and then wherever you're going to stay on top of that. So it's a bit of a stretch unless it's one of a handful of events in the year that you're really going out of your way.
Yeah.
I
Are
think
you considering going to it?
I am. Yeah, I picked up I got grabbed 3 entries to the event. I'm gonna try and
Nice.
give 2 away. So,
Nice.
got to use these moto tickets for something, right?
Yeah, I lost a lot of moto tickets trying to prepare for the most recent like pro tour and selling cards back at really bad times and stuff. So I'm currently moto broke, or I shouldn't say that. I just have a lot of cards. Like I'm known for playing Jeskai, but it's because on Magic Online I just play whatever deck I want, and I'm just like I don't know. I don't like want to sell the cards, but now I'm just like really low on tickets because I like bought a bunch of cards. Like I bought Okas when they were like 80s, and then I like sold them for 40, and it's just like it just hurts a lot.
Yeah. Or yeah, the reason we couldn't bait the Oko activation and then try and protect it with Not of This World was because yes, they have a second copy of Oko in their hand, so that would have gotten us elked 100%.
Yeah, this food's like super annoying.
Yeah, well, what's going to happen is we're going to have to attack Oko and not him, kill the Oko, Not of This World, the second Oko, and then kill that. This is the long way.
Well, you can also veil eventually, right? By
I don't. I'm
quarter.
not going to have green mana.
Well, you will if you ghost quarter yourself, right? Like the turn after.
They have Ancient Grudge in hand, so I had to get the ghost.
Uh,
I had to get the Ghost Quarter to play through
oh,
this.
I understand. I
Yeah,
understand. Yeah, sorry. The screen was a little bit blurry. I just thought I was the right card, so
you see a lot of cards that don't make color. Figured we're good to go. Their board's kind of a mess too.
oh yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, I mean we could sit here and try to draw green mana. I guess that's also the option, or also an option, but that just feels like it's giving them windows to draw counter magic.
Hmm.
So I don't know. This feels really bad, but I think this is the line. Also, if we wait, they get another wasteland with a reclaimer, so
Yeah, it
that's
just
not
doesn't get
really.
much better. Like you just need 2020 in play.
Maybe they won't grudge because they know we
Okay.
have the ghost quarter. That's a possibility.
I mean, then we do have Velo.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can still just get another wasteland, right?
Comes into play tapped.
Oh, okay. See, I don't know what any of these new cards do.
Yeah, reclaimer's busted, but it's not that busted.
I mean, in 2019, the cards just do whatever you think they do and more.
That's often the case, but
Like the Players Championship was the first time I saw Veil of Summer counter a Pyroblast. I just didn't know. I guess Veil of Summer can counter your Not of This World too. Hey, there's Green Source.
we do have double protection. So do we just try to kill them then and hope they don't have any counter magic?
Well, we know he has another Oko in hand, right?
Not of this world, the first one, and Veil, the second one.
No, you just veil the first one. Then the
Oh
second
yeah,
one doesn't
sorcery
do anything.
speed. Sorcery speed. Oh, and then yeah, we have protection this way too. So I guess the only way. Oh, we could
As if he counters the veil.
He may have Caracas too, so the Reclaimer may grab. A lot of these Delver decks are running a Crop Rot package, so that's also a possibility. But either way, we have protection twice. So.
I mean, we're just dead to Caracas, right? Oh wait, no, it comes to play tap. Okay.
Either way, I think attacking them is correct.
Yeah, exactly. We need Barbarian Ring in our deck. And a red source. Simian Spirit Guide.
Calum is always right on top of these things.
Man, you know so many people.
He is. What is it? What time of the morning is it in England right now? 2, 3 o'clock? Up and watching Magic.
Well, it's Christmas Day though, right?
There it is. There's the Caracas. So now we're gonna have to fade. Now we're gonna have to fade Counter Magic.
Yeah.
We have days covered, I guess. So their 2 unknowns would have to be Blue Card Force, I guess.
How many cards do they have?
They have the Oko and 2 unknowns.
Okay. I'm feeling okay. So when a new set comes out, do you look for cards that would go in depths? Like a lot of people that are experts of archetypes usually ask. Like there's a subset of people that get really excited for it, and then there's a subset of people that just like kind of play it by ear or like wait for the next like event and then look at the cards. Like where are you in that camp?
If you'd asked me that question about 9 months ago, I would have told you that there's almost never a card that's going to clear the bar to make depths because the cards are just so obscenely powerful. The lands are basically locked in. I mean, yeah, like you can splash blue like I did for Bug, but you know, and they drew the Force.
I hope we can win with this 3-3.
Wow. You know what's funny is depending on how they attack, if they swing out, we could draw an Elvish Spirit Guide or Petal and kill them with Step.
With the Jury Step.
Yeah, that is not.
Or you just draw the Step, but yeah.
Although I'm not exactly sure.
That's true. White Faces says that we could upkeep the Veil. Because since Oko sorcery speed anyways. Oh wait, yeah, and making food doesn't do anything. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see, what did they do this turn? So they did play the Foothills, yes. So they wouldn't have been able to Caracas and Force, unless.
Yeah, we definitely messed that up. Yeah.
It depends. If their draw for the turn was the Foothills, we would have lost anyway because they would have just force pitched Oko during their upkeep. But if the Force was the draw for this turn, then yes, we punted. So
yeah.
50-50 chance. 50-50 chance we lost because of a punt. But yes, I think we.
Yeah.
It was a mistake either way. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So Reclaimer's a 3/4?
Yes. It is busted and it's still legendary. I guess we get one more crack at drawing a
well, it doesn't have
it's not a
power.
2020. That's great.
I can see why you really like playing this deck. You make Merit Lage, you attack for 20, and your opponent won. So like really everyone got to have all the fun.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, they beat us with our own card. It was Elvish or Claimer got the job done there.
I mean, really, they beat you with Oko.
What? No, we beat Oko. Oko didn't do anything.
Oko gave them the Reclaimer, right?
He made a Christmas Elk, yes. And made Lodge a Christmas Elk.
Nice.
That was actually a fun match of Magic.
Yeah, it wasn't so bad. So, we'll just keep just this ongoing AMA back and forward type of thing. So, my question for you: when/how did you fall in love with depths or whatever you want to call it?
That's a good question. So
I only have decent questions.
That's a very good question. So it was.
Yeah, I get it. It was the winter of '58.
Yikes.
We have all the white sources.
This hand's so bad that I'm actually it's doing a good job of helping me dodge your good question.
Yeah. Well, you can buy as much time as you want via the match. Oh, nice. Turn 2, 2020. And we get
Uh,
to put back the stack.
yeah. Yeah. So this is the old Moto conundrum. You know what your opponent's off and on, and you would consider making a decision that you would never make in real life.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah. Do you know what your opponent's playing?
they're usually on D&T or Delver. So if they're
Well,
on
I
D
mean,
if they're on D&T, this is actually a reasonable card to keep in your hand versus their flying blockers. They'll often set up Mom and Flicker Wisp and stuff like that, but there's no way I'm doing that. So
oh,
that's
wait. Then put back Blink Bayou.
no. There's no way I would do. There's no way I would keep that card in hand. It might be bad anyway because we might end up
Well,
needing.
you're also on the play, so you don't have to worry about Flicker Wisp, right?
Yeah. Plus, we might need crop rotation for.
To protect against swords.
Yes. But no, my deck choices were all over the place, so I was never really a like the Negator deck was my.
Death and Taxes looks a lot different than when I was playing a lot of Legacy.
Well, they've upgraded. Haven't you seen Legacy mana bases? There's probably 11 planes in this deck to go with this volcanic island.
Nice. Well, it allows you to play your cantrips, then you play Blood Moon, but then you have all the planes to be able to play all your other spells.
Now I'm just playing in a daze, since there's a second coming next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Do you just 2020 now to play around Wasteland?
This kind of smells, right? Like, they didn't do anything. So they pondered, didn't shuffle. No days, no force, no nothing. So either Wasteland's there, or they have something.
Or they're playing Miracles or something like that.
Or yeah, which we would know on their second land, or they have something like Brazen Borrower if they're Delver.
Okay, so we could just like.
We kind of have the crop since they didn't counter it. We kind of have the crop rotation for Ghost
All right,
Quarter.
great. I want to start attacking with 2/1s next turn.
It happens.
That's what
It
I came
comes
here
up.
for.
All right, so they kept because of the Wasteland.
Oh man, I mean they still could have had Brazen Borrower, but we could just play the second Hex Mage though.
True.
Yeah, let's get the attack in. I kind of like playing the land first though.
Yeah, I agree because this could get bolted here. Mm-hmm. What you want to do?
What's in your wallet? All right. While this duress is being tanked on, I would like an answer.
There's the fatal push. Well.
Okay, fine. Now there's more action.
Now they win. Now we get to find out for sure if if we properly played around Borrower.
Well, we still lose to Borrower, right?
That's what I'm saying. We'll get to find out for sure because now we don't really have a choice. I like that play. Most people just fire off the Wasteland at the depths more often than not, but
yeah, our opponent looks like they know what they're doing. Don't forget to make your 2020.
Thank you. What would I do without you?
Maybe not make a 2020. I don't know.
You never know. There it is, and we die.
Wow. Yeah, so Whiteface is kind of just asking if, like, could it be reasonable to play Thoughtseize now because of Brazen Borrower?
Our opponent is begging for no not of this world in the chat. I'm gonna make them wait now.
Yeah.
So I'll answer your question while they sweat this out a little bit. Yes, I've always run Inquisition of Kozilek as a split with Duress as the secondary discard option. There's problems with both. So
like hitting Force of Will?
Yeah, it used to be a 4 of Duress and a 4 of Thoughtseize in most people's depths list, but I always ran Inquisition because I thought it was much better against some of our worst matchups like D&T with all the creatures and Flicker Wisp and even more recently Tomic and all these problematic cards that you really
Tomic?
yeah that you really just don't want to see. So even pre-borrower, I liked Inquisition of Kozilek. But the problem with Inquisition is not just this deck doesn't lose to Force of Will too often, although we did just lose a game to it. It's usually cards like Ad Nauseum that you just Inquisition them, see it, and just die the following turn that are more of a that sneak attack, natural order, those kind of cards. So there's enough of those in the format that a 2-2 split essentially lets you have the best of both worlds, well, or the least worst of both worlds, where you can sideboard and still have 6 reasonable discard spells, and shave down, especially with Veil being a card in the format now. You often want to go down and discard spells. So yeah. So no, I can't run the Fifth Thoughtseize to answer your question. I would like to run more, but they won't allow it.
Nice. That's cool.
That was a really long-winded answer. I still didn't answer your deck question. Speaking of, perfect timing. Drew the Duress and the Inquisition in the perfect order.
I mean, we can still win this, right?
It's possible. I don't know how likely it is. We have to win through their 3-1 flyer that's going to be in play too.
Yeah, it's not that fast of a clock. All right, 3-1 versus 2-1.
Yeah, I'm not playing the X-Mage here. Just to get
so we don't he doesn't have a bolt in hand, right?
They have a Ponder and an Unknown card, so they're gonna see between last turn and this turn and the Ponder, they're gonna have 5 looks. If they find, and they have Fatal Push. They've already showed Fatal Push. So if this thing dies to a removal, we're just not winning the game. So I think our only hope is to just hope this actually works.
Yeah, I guess a part of me is worried about Force of Will, or if we draw Dark Depths, Daze. But it just probably doesn't matter that much in either direction.
Yeah.
The 2-1 attacking, like you said, just doesn't really
matter. So
it's really just anybody's game right now.
Yeah. Well, now we're locked into not being able to play the Hexmage now that they have a Fatal Push at will out of their graveyard.
Nice. Yeah, it's true. With Arcanist too, then that is a lot of removal spells. I just love getting scrappy. That's why I can never play a deck like this.
I don't understand what that means. I kill people with combat damage all the time.
Yeah. I don't think. Yeah, you're right. I don't think you know what scrappy means. Scrappy involves creatures that are very small, bad, whatever, attacking. You haven't lived until you secure the waste for 2 or 3 and just had that be your plan the whole time to just attack with 3/1/1s, and you're lightning bolt, playing 2 lightning bolts on a Tarmogoyf, just trying to race them.
Look, I've had to attack with Lodge in an individual game 6 times before. How is that not scrappy? You have to just be relentless and keep going after it.
Was it with a 20/20 every time?
Yes. Actually, you know what? I beat Infect this week attacking 8 times with a 2/2 Lodge. After they swung a creature into it that I had to block, and they double pump spell berserked it and made it a 2/2, and it just kept attacking, and they never found another creature. It was really fun. So how's that not scrappy?
Yeah, 2/2 qualifies as scrappy.
Well, we've got the Inquisition.
No one expects the mulligan. Alright, this hand has some things.
It has some things. Loses to Wasteland.
So my guess would be one of the green cards goes back.
Yes. You're basically a dark depths expert at this point.
That's not even close to true.
You could take it to a Star City event near you and do very well.
And watch from the sidelines.
Uh,
So I can't really see it that well. What's the top card?
Surgical extraction.
So it's surgical Thoughtseize,
Yeah. So.
young pyromancer, wasteland, and two lands.
Yeah. So we're kind of
Well,
awkward
it feels
spot
like we just
here.
gotta take the Thoughtseize, right?
Well, yeah. The issue, well, yeah, I think that's fair. The surgical with the wasteland is really annoying.
Yeah.
But we currently can play around that. It takes a lot of my F6 value out. I can't F6 into that.
I'm really interested in how you're supposed to sequence stuff here, though.
So they've had one unknown draw. If they're insane enough to tap out for a young pyromancer, having depths in play means we can go for the combo. If we don't care to try and play around a potential daze.
So the times where you play Dark Depths and they just fire off the wasteland, like, what can you do?
If I
Can
play
you make
dark,
a 2020? Okay, you
yeah,
can yeah,
Yep,
backer. Okay, yeah.
yep. You just float 2 black and then crop rotation. Your
Okay.
board, yeah. So yeah, I don't think our opponent is very good, so I don't think they're going to make that play.
Okay,
So I
so
think it's-
if we assume that they're okay.
Because we're never going to. The reason you would normally play stage is to copy their wasteland, and make them use it, and then go from there.
Pretty much.
But we yeah, exactly. But we can't force them to. We can't with the known surgical in their hand. So we're kind of just
right,
stuck.
because then you lose all your stages.
Correct. So they have 2 unknowns. So now the question is, do we want to try and go for it during their upkeep and just accept losing to a daze or a borrower or wait a turn? I think waiting a turn's likely correct.
Do you still think it's correct?
I don't know about now. So they only have 1 unknown. It would have to be
I
exactly.
kind of like the idea of making a 2020 here.
Yeah, it would have to be exactly days to blow us out, or one of the 4 cards has to be
Or borrower.
borrower. Yeah. So I don't think it is, because I think the reason they're doing this is they want to tap their 2 colored sources for pyromancer next turn.
Yeah, it feels like a sign of weakness. So we
Yeah.
can just give them like the probability or like the times where this goes well for them.
Yeah, I think mathematically that's correct.
Wait. Oh yeah, okay.
Man, you're just so distrusting on the mechanics of this deck.
No, that one's actually just because the stream was a little bit blurry for me. So I was just like, what's even happening? Like I couldn't see it that well. All right, I'll take an answer to my question now.
How did I end up on depths?
Because I can talk tons about anything like you or anyone in chat would want to know about me, but that's why I want to start off with asking you questions. Because then, like, when I go in my like typical Sukenik rants, I just like don't want people to stop me.
Oh, fair enough. So basically, I played a lot of, I played the Urza's Block Negator deck. Then for a while, I was actually really into limited and standard. I played.
Wow, I can't even imagine what that's like.
I played, my standard run was during the Fires of Yavimaya time period.
Okay, so that was like the Fires of Yavimaya, like Saproling Burst deck?
Yes, and my win rate was in the high 80s for an extended period. That deck was obnoxious. I hated Standard for years after that deck. So then I
Yeah,
trans.
it played like Birds of Paradise too, I think.
It depended on the version. There was a block version of it, and then there was two different Standard versions. I think Llanowar Elves were in one of the versions.
Hmm.
I'm having a hard time remembering the exact list, but yes, they definitely had like seven, 8, or 8 accelerants. It might have been
Hmm.
both. It might have been birds and Llanowar elves. Yeah, I definitely think I've killed people with a +2/+2 off fires on Birds of Paradise swinging in for the last couple of damage. So yeah,
Nice.
I think that's
Or you can play fires, then just play your parade of Birds of Paradise. Use one to cast the other.
yeah. So so after that, I was a limited player for a long time. Um,
So what limited formats did you get to play then? Invasion?
um, well, I think I had a break and was more like a local casual games kind of thing. All right, our opponent was nice enough to show us the hand. So
Well, sometimes if you hit, I forget what button it is, but like where it says the game has ended, if you click draw a card or something like that, it then becomes reveal hand when you can go to sideboarding. Like it just shifts. So then
yeah, if you hit
like
OK too fast, yeah, I've done that.
yeah, or maybe it's okay. Yeah, exactly. So then like you just accidentally reveal your hand, and sometimes I don't even know if I revealed my hand or not. It's like that's kind of relevant.
Yeah, I don't think that happened here because I know our opponent, so I think it was just a nicely. Plus, they conceded, so I think that's a lot harder to do when you're the one doing the conceding to accidentally
Yeah.
click the OK.
One time, one of my best friends, AJ Kerrigan, Tess expert, I guess. He doesn't play Magic as much, but he's still, he's known for playing Tess and plays it pretty well.
I don't know.
He,
I saw him playing Magic very very well at the last
played
event.
well.
I saw him playing Magic at the last event I was at, and it looked like he was playing very
Mhm.
well.
Yeah, so we used to have these things called Camp Sukenik, where I invite my best friends over. And so I always viewed Magic tournaments as like, we could go into it more later or something, but I feel like I play Magic for slightly different reasons than other people. And like, long story short, I just view it as like I'm going to a Magic tournament, and it's like the purpose is kind of to compete, but like I really do just want to hang out with my friends a lot of the time. But like the purpose as to why we're going there is to do well in the event. So if there's ever like a tie, you go in favor of like playing the event. What Camp Sukenik is the opposite. So we gather to hang out, but then we just happen to play like PTQs or Moxes or whatever at the same time. But like the priority is like hanging out. Uh, so so one time AJ came over and he was pretty into Traverse Shadow for a while in Modern. When he thought Merfolk wasn't very good, he's kind of a Merfolk expert. But his Traverse Shadow stint. Is the up left card Delver of Secrets?
It is, yeah.
Okay. This hand seems a lot more manageable, but it does have like a good clock and wasteland, so
Yeah, so the issue is we probably want the Reclaimer to live because we need both a stage and a Ghost Quarter to win through this, most likely.
yeah.
So as
So that
odd as
involves taking the bolt, but then he has really good threats.
and a cantrip, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind of awkward, but I think that's where we're at.
Yeah, you just need like so many pieces.
Yeah.
So what happened was that he was playing Traverse Shadow, and he connected with Grimflayer against his opponent, and then he selected a card to go to the graveyard, then didn't want the card to go to the graveyard. So like you can hit the cancel button or undo or something, and it like put it back into the three that you're looking at from Grimflayer.
Okay.
But then he's just like, Jonathan, do you know if my opponent gets to see the card when it goes to the graveyard? Because sometimes when cards are in the graveyard but they're like hidden, it shows like the magic card back instead of like actually showing the card going in the graveyard. So in the middle of both of us playing our event, we started another match of Magic Online where he built a deck. Like he just like played his normal deck. I think I had like a 50 mountain deck or 60 mountain deck or something. and he's just like mulliganing aggressively for like Grim Player, but then he ends up mulliganing to like 1, and we just have to like land go and just like pass until he draws a Grim Player, attacks me with it, then we finally get to test it. And it's like it's been like 5 minutes. And we find out that the opponent did see it because like I think the card was like a removal spell or something, so it's just like very relevant if the opponent knew that he had access to the card. So it's just funny that we had to like pause our matches to test how Moto works.
Good old Moto.
It kind of reminds me of Hearthstone. Like in Hearthstone, a card will say like make a 2/2 blah, and you just don't know if it has other text. It's just a proper noun 2/2 whatever. And then like testing or I guess Googling is just like finding out what your card actually does. All right, so what's the plan? What's the game plan?
The plan is this is really awkward. So we're short a land. So we could just... They have Double Ponder Unknown. We could just Spirit Guide into Scrying to get the extra land and then hope Crop Rotation's good enough next turn, but that's pretty weak.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I mean, jeez. Like, I don't know if we're... It feels like we have to Sylvan Scry.
Yeah, it's bad, but I don't think... We would just have to draw really well for any of the other lines to work out.
Have you ever considered playing more lands instead of Elvish Spirit Guide?
I believe I played, up until the last couple of months, I believe I played 28 or 29 lands in my version of Depths. However, it's not what we're playing tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So...
So I guess like one thing you can do is you can get Urborg. Does that do anything?
So the issue with or the downside with getting Urborg here is, well, the upside is we could play the Thoughtseize if we choose to, but their clock's pretty quick. The downside is if we draw an Accelerant next turn, we can combo if we get Stage. So, but we could also combo if we resolve Crop Rotation next turn.
Yeah, right. Because if we get Urborg, we can... Is that enough mana? I always forget.
Yeah.
If you get Urborg and then play Depths next turn and then Crop Rotation...
Yeah, the issue is that even with the Duress, or even with the Thoughtseize here, they're going to get to resolve a cantrip next turn. So even a Daze beats us in that spot.
Mm-hmm. But I think we're just dead to so many things that we just gotta...
Jam and pray.
Yeah, gotta do it up. Alright, so why Depths?
Oh, yeah, so we're getting there. So limited for a while until Scars of Mirrodin block.
Yo, that was some of my jam.
So, yeah,
I like that.
I'm glad we took this line. Would have been miserable making all those other plays to get borrowed.
I feel like every time you're gonna unravel your story, I'm gonna have like more like stories
I'm getting,
to go
we're slowly getting there. So
yeah. So pretty much what happens is you're like slowly trying to kill me with like Dark Depths, and I'm just like in response, here's a bunch more stories, and then you're like, okay, does my Hexmage resolve now? I'm like, no, more stories. And
more stories, yeah. So well, the stories the stories are more interesting than the gameplay right now, anyway.
Wait, I gotta tell you a story.
A Scars of Mirrodin story?
Yep, Scars of Mirrodin limited story.
Right.
So I have two of them.
All right.
One of them's like not that much of a story. It involves so at this point in time, I was in college and I was a part of the Rutgers Magic Club, which my older sister actually founded, and then I like inherited later on. But And then some of my best friends I met through the Rutgers Magic Club. So I like didn't remember doing this until like years later when in Ixalan, Strider Harness was reprinted. But Strider Harness was first printed in Scars of Mirrodin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, I do feel this way. I feel like Kicker is just the best mechanic in Magic, and that most mechanics are just derivatives of Kicker. Like Kicker is just saying you get to pay more sometimes to do more. So like Evoke is also just Kicker. Like it's just backwards. Like instead of having insert or sorcery and then Kicker get a creature, let's just make a creature first. And so on. So like apparently Strider Harness and like I feel like equipment is kind of like if you just had Leonin Scimitar, a 1-mana +1/+1 equipment, equip for 1, that card over time is just Glorious Anthem. So because like it'll just pump all your guys if they all get to trade profitably, like over time, just not at the same time. So apparently every time I would equip a creature with Strider Harness and attack with them the same turn, I would just scream, Kika! Like, so then in Ixalan when they reprinted it, my friend's like, hey, they like reprinted your favorite card. I'm just like, what card's that? And they're just like, Kika! And I'm just like, Strider Harness! Like, I just knew it was Strider Harness, even though I barely remember doing that. Yeah.
All right, so that's number one. What's the second story?
Well, wait. So second story. This was for this hand. Like doesn't do anything, right? Yeah. Ooh, you get to rotate this hand. Second story. I was playing Magic Online. I found that draft format pretty fun. So I don't normally draft for fun that often on Magic Online. But I like Scars and Mirrodin Block. And in like New Phyrexia, I think I picked an okay green card, but just end up with like 2 Maul Splicers and a bunch of other like really big green like doofuses or whatever. Like the dinosaurs archetype.
Okay.
Like Alpha Tyrannex was in Scars of Mirrodin, but like in New Phyrexia, there was like tons of stuff you can go for. Then in Mirrodin Besieged, I opened Massacre Worm. So I was just like, yeah, I'm pretty much mono green. I'm sure I could just play green black. And I picked like a Sphere of the Suns and like I just don't really see much black, and I just keep on taking green. So then in pack 3, I open up Horde Smelter Dragon.
That's funny. Put that one away because that's part of my story as well.
Sorry, your audio cut out there for me a little.
Horde Smelter is part of my story as well, so good symmetry. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So I picked the Horde Smelter Dragon. Then I end up getting like an Iron Mirror and a Leaden Mirror, which is the red and black one, but then see no red or black. So my deck just ends up being, I think I ended up playing 9 Forest, 5 Swamps, and the rest Mountains, 3 Mountains. And then I have 1 of each mirror and Sphere of the Suns. So in game 1 against my opponent, I played Mountain, Swamp, Sphere of the Suns, Mountain, both mirrors. The next turn, played Massacre Worm to Wrather board, and then the turn after that, played Horde Smelter Dragon. Then the next game, I only played Forest and all my other cards. And in the chat, he said something like, I can't believe you transformed into like another deck. And I'm like, no, this is all just one deck. Because I just like didn't draw any green sources in the first game, so. That was pretty fun. Um, that's it. That's most of my Scars of Mirrodin stories. Your turn. So you played Scars of Mirrodin Limited.
Yes. So I played an ungodly amount of hours in that format. Like I just loved Limited at the time.
Nice.
Just played nonstop. So at the time, it was one of the few times that I was ever.
Sorry, your audio is actually cutting out a little bit more than it was before. It's probably a Discord thing though, because I'm sure chat would have mentioned it if it was
Okay.
on the stream.
Hopefully that's better. I moved the mic a little bit.
Okay, yeah. Like usually it just ends up being like a noise gate related thing where they look for like a minimum like amount of like amplitude. So if you like move it closer, it's probably good for me, but I'm sure it's okay for the stream.
Okay, yeah, I actually downloaded that other version of Discord. That's probably what it is, because I fixed that problem before when I was streaming back in the spring. It was doing the same thing when I was having guests on. They were having a hard time hearing.
Gotcha.
So I'll have to go fix that.
Yeah, no problem. I do love your ability to multitask. Like you're definitely like listening and conversating while also like making pretty tough decisions.
Working on it. So we're gonna get back to that Scars of Mirrodin thing in a second. What do you think the odds are? I need the exact odds that this non-flip to Delver during their upkeep is exactly Brazen Borrower to stay on theme with the night.
So what's the odds that your opponent has Brazen Borrower?
It would have needed to be the exact Delver check. It's not. It's the card on top of their deck. Is it Borrower?
So judging by how things have gone tonight, it has to be like 100%, right?
100%. All right. Well, we're going for it anyway. But I just wanted to get the math behind the decision before I committed.
Well.
Ruining the theme.
100% just doesn't look like what it used to.
Yeah. So, Scars of Mirrodin. So, I was.
I got a question.
Sure.
What's the buff to pay for?
In this matchup, they have.
Is it just a removal spell?
Well, it's basically a catch-all. So, one of the fastest way to lose against these decks is if they get an active Dreadhorde Arcanist on the play. So if they go cantrip into Dreadhorde and we can't combo on turn 2, it's just going to take the game over. They're going to see 6 cards the following turn on a cantrip, which is either going to find them a Wasteland or a Borrower or counter magic to stop our tutors or something. So that's a problem card. Sometimes you just need to push through the Delver before something comes behind it that's even more annoying, whether it's the Borrower and other Delver matchups, Oko. But they also run, a lot of these lists run strange one-ofs. I've encountered Pithing Needle, and if they just slam Pithing Needle on turn 1, naming Thespian Stage, if we don't have a Hex Mage, we just basically auto-lose. So it's kind of a catch-all. Some of these lists will splash, some of the bug lists will splash a Sylvan Library. That's kind of a problem. It's just a good catch-all, plus it blunts their clock. So if their clock is just one Delver or one Pyromancer, just decaying it can buy you like 4 or 5 turns.
But like the major reason for it was like the addition of Dreadhorde Arcanist, right? Like pre-Arcanist, you wouldn't have brought it in this matchup?
Unless I suspected them having something weird like Needle. Or,
like Needle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's kind of a corner case. So it's either one of or not present at all generally. Guess this is fine.
So, Scars of Mirrodin.
Oh, so I was crazy enough back then and into that format enough that it was the only time I've ever played on a Magic Online PTQ that was as long as those were at the time. I think it was 10 or 11 rounds. So...
Yeah, I played in like the Moxes back then, and those were 10 rounds, and like, yeah, the PTQs were like a huge grind.
Yeah, so basically... Exoed the event at the beginning of the top 8 draft. Exoed the Swiss, I should say. At the beginning of the top 8 draft, Moto kicked me because at the time, I guess it didn't have whatever bandwidth or whatever the issue was that it used to just randomly kick people at certain points. So it kicked me at the beginning and locked me out of my first 3 picks. So when I died in my elimination match in the third game. I lost the first and third games to the Horde Smelter Dragon. That my opponent was nice enough to let me know that I passed to them due to the order of the draft, and that life tilted me for a little bit. And
I really do wish that the Moto auto pick would just do the highest rarity thing. It like wouldn't even be that wrong that often. Like
I picked a 1/1 elf for 1 for me. Was the selection with my first pick, because at the time they were actually releasing everyone's picks, like the draft of Fior or whatever it was. So I found a couple of forums where people were actually discussing the picks and talking about how I went to the bathroom for that pick, and it was really amusing time. So I stopped playing limited immediately. Never went back. So took a little bit of a break from
yeah, it's just such a tough way to go. Wait, I can't. Oh, that's bad on Rebel.
Yeah, this is the new Grixis version.
Man, Grixis just looks so much different than when I used to play it. They get to play so many good cards.
So they're a million miles away from Reveler.
Yeah.
So I think we just take Brainstorm here, make them eat these lands. Sound right to you?
Yep. That's what I would do. Or that's what I wouldn't want you to do if it was me.
So I stopped playing limited and competitive Magic in general for a few years.
Sorry.
So
I couldn't hear you again. Do you think you could try? If it's really quick to fix, would you be able to fix the Discord thing?
Let's try it. I don't remember how to do it though.
So it's under settings, or voice and video, and then it could be input sensitivity, or I mean, that's usually what it is.
Noise suppression, no noise reduction.
Yeah, something like that. And then just set it to like whatever is just don't ruin everything. That sounds good enough. We'll try it.
All right.
Like the no noise reduction sounds promising. Try saying something really low.
How's it going?
It's going well. Okay, yeah.
That's better.
I'll try that. Yeah.
Nice. So took a couple of years off, and oddly they had...
Okay, never mind. I came back.
It's not working.
Wait, there's another option you can also do if you open up Discord again. And voice and video again. That automatically determine input sensitivity. And then you can drag that. I think it's all the way to the left, means that it'll allow everything. I think I have all the way to the left.
All right. How's that?
Right. Yeah, we'll try it again.
Well, there you are.
It'll be okay. Hi.
You're doubling up now.
Yeah, this is better. I even hear the stuff in the background now.
There we go.
Like there's like some sort of like music or something.
Yeah, she's listening. She's listening to some music on her phone and singing a little bit.
Nice. That's what I do too. I'm clearly an adult, but I'm also like a huge little kid at the same time. I just do all these things that are like have a wide range of stuff. So I like randomly discovered or rediscovered, I guess. There's this show I watched when I was in 4th grade, I think. Have you ever heard of the show Hamtaro?
I have not, no.
Okay, Hamtaro is like an anime that has all these little hamsters that like have their own community, and it's just like a really cute like anime that I watched in 4th grade. And just randomly last night while I was playing Hearthstone Battlegrounds, I was just like, I just really want to listen to the Hamtaro song. And then it's specifically the ending theme song that's really good. And now I've just been listening to it on loop and just like singing it really loudly in my apartment. I have no apartment mates or anything, so it's all just me. But man, if I did, I would annoy them so much.
Nice.
But it's just like a really cutesy like whatever song, like a you can do it type of song. So, yeah.
So what do you think the line here is? This is complicated.
We know they have Ponder, So they're going to be able to ponder twice at least, or ponder brainstorm.
Correct, yeah.
So they get a lot of looks. Yo, what's up, chat? So I feel like thought seizing doesn't do enough.
No, it just cuts them off ponder.
Like one of the ponder, like.
Yeah.
But that's at the cost of like our own development, and we haven't played a land yet, right?
We have. It's turn 2.
Oh, if it wasn't so blurry, I wouldn't have. That's fine. It's not your fault.
Yeah. So, to me, the options...
You could, like, Thoughtseize Pithing Needle?
Could Thoughtseize Pithing Needle. We could rotate when we know it's going to resolve, but that seems... So basically, we could rotate for the Urborg, scrying for the depths, have all the pieces, and then either Needle or Thoughtseize, or Needle and Thoughtseize. Yeah, those are the options.
I like having all the pieces. That's how we summon Exodia.
So, I mean, yeah. All right. So we're just gonna put it all out there. So do we take the ponder or do we needle the wasteland is the question on the back end of it, if that's the line.
I like needling wasteland, just like in terms of raw numbers. Like they definitely play 4 wastelands, but like I'd rather give them 6 draws or however you want to put it at like Brazen Borrower versus 3 draws. Actually, I don't even know if that math checks out.
Yeah. Lawrence, we can't play the Urborg. If we scry for Urborg, that's the issue.
Wait, let me think. So,
oh.
Ponder twice. Oh no, it's fine. I want to do all this. I'm just trying to think between Needle and Thoughtseize. Like okay. It's completely fine. So if we play Needle, they get, I guess it's 8 looks, right? Because the ponder can shuffle.
Yeah.
So it's like 4 and 4.
Possibly 9 with the draw step too, if they double ponder. Yeah.
Okay, so 9 looks at. It's always like 2 borrowers, right? And we'll just assume no edicts or truth or anything else, just to make it easier.
I would assume so, yeah.
So they have 9 looks at 2 cards, or we can make them have 5 looks because the ponder's 4 and draw step, so 5 looks.
I think we're kind of off on the math though. It's 9 looks next turn. Then we're gonna untap, play depths, and then they get another minimum draw step and brainstorm. So they're on at least 13 looks. And
yeah, let's play the Needle.
Okay.
Because it's like... Yeah. So you're saying like the times where they're looking for borrower, then like... It's like 9 and then 4. Obviously, with like shuffling, it's like not exactly that, but it's like.
And if they don't find borrower, somewhere in those 14 cards is going to be another cantrip, so which they would cast next turn too. So they're going to see a metric ton of cards. I think this is better too because if we draw a petal, we can still actually Thoughtseize them next turn in addition to having the combo up.
He calls them as he sees them. Yeah, I'm just trying to identify the song she's listening to. Luckily, like the audio has been fantastic now. So next thing we need to do is somehow figure out how to solve the video. But I'd rather have good audio than good video, which isn't true for the sake of the stream, but for the sake of our conversation, audio is key.
So let me know when you're ready, and I will give you the song.
I feel like I might just not know the song. I've been trying for a while.
So you're giving up then?
Yeah, I'll give up on this one.
It's Tonight.
No, there's a third tonight in there.
Tonight. I'm being corrected.
Genesis.
Genesis.
Wait, who's it by?
They can hear
What's that?
Who's it by?
Genesis.
Oh, that's the Phil Collins band. Or at least he's the drummer, right?
I'm glad she can't hear that comment. That would have been, she would have been very offended by that.
Wait. It's not like the drummer or something like that?
He is in the band, but I would not refer to Genesis as the Phil Collins band.
So growing up, I listened to a decent amount of Phil Collins. Then I heard a few Genesis songs. Then my dad was like, "Well, did you know that Phil Collins was in Genesis?" So that's like how it became related.
All right, so it's ingrained. All right, I'll let you off the hook on that one.
Yeah. It's like when I found out that the lead singer of Hootie and the Blowfish's name wasn't Hootie. It like ruined my life. Even worse, I found out it was a guy that just like makes normal songs too, Darius Rucker, and I was just like, I can't believe this. Or like when like Andy Gibb like made some songs like by himself, and I'm just like, you can't just do that. Like you can't be a part of the Bee Gees and then make your own songs. Or like when the Beatles do it. It's just confusing. Like people should only be allowed to make songs under one thing.
Whenever I start creating music, I'll be sure to keep it all under one. Easily identifiable.
Negator 77 sounds like a good rap artist.
Does it?
No.
Yeah. Didn't think so.
So, all right. So, Scars of Mirrodin. You were permanently scarred by Mirrodin.
Yeah. So I took a bunch of time off after that. So years
just
later.
Just for Magic in general, or just limited?
I played casual with friends, but from competitive Magic, I took a bunch of time off. So a few years back, maybe like 2015, I saw a random advertisement for a Magic event that was a Star City Open in Philadelphia, but it wasn't in Philadelphia. It was in Oaks, Pennsylvania, and it was it was literally in a warehouse, and attached.
Yeah, I actually didn't go to that one.
Yeah, attached to it was a dog show, right?
Yep.
And dogs are and animals in general are one of my passions, so I was like, oh, I'll go to this thing, and I'll go to the dog.
That's why we're such good friends.
There you go. And I was like, I'll go to that because I can, if I bomb out of this random legacy tournament in a format I've never played in my entire life, I can go to the dog show. It'll be perfect. So I had no idea about the format at all, and randomly did a Google search and saw even though I was searching for legacy, I stumbled across Meritocracy, a vintage deck that was mono black.
I've never heard of this.
Yeah, it's basically mono black depths in vintage from years ago. So I was like, oh, this deck's really interesting, and found the source thread from there, and the source thread had built a green black turbo depths deck, and I looked at it and I was like, in legacy, yeah. And I was like, this is interesting. I don't like half the cards in it, so I made like 10 changes and just took it to the event, and it was a steaming.
Was that the one that played like Into the North?
Yes. Yeah, it was Into the North, Elvish Spirit Guides, Not of This Worlds, just every bad non-flexible.
So this list, except with Into the North.
No, I mean there's been updates over the years, much better cards. Let's see.
Was Stage even around back then?
Yeah, Stage was a card. Okay. So let's see how many of these cards are actually. So I don't think Caracas was a consideration at the time, but yeah, it existed. The discard suite was different. The Reclaimer wasn't a card. Force of Vigors, Veil of Summers, but yeah, it's Safekeepers weren't played back then either. But yeah, the core strategy, I guess, was pretty much the same. Damn it, I was hoping to wait till next turn to discard them, but oh well.
Well, now it's like we played Thoughtseize, but targeted their Thoughtseize.
Well, that's not really a great trade when their bounce spells still located in their hand. Almost.
Wait, do we know that they have a bounce spell?
Well, they kept a card from Preordain, which I guess arguably could have been a cantrip. The Ponder did...
Or a Thoughtseize.
I don't think so. The Thoughtseize flipped Delver. That's why we knew about it. They did shuffle with Ponder. And that was the only ponder. We don't know what the brainstorms hit.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, I don't think we're winning from here if we take another turn, so we'll just let them bounce us.
Or we can win.
They would not have attacked with Delver if they didn't have an answer.
Have you ever clicked the wrong deaths before?
No, but I have done other very painful misclicks.
Like crop rotation ones?
No, I haven't done that, but I have wastelanded myself with bug depths. That's a good one. Wastelanding your own wasteland with the double click, double tap.
Yep.
I also had...
Only sometimes it feels like that happens.
I also had a painter deck where one of the cards, I think it was Grindstone or Painter, one of the cards had the old art frame, and the ensnaring bridge they played had the new art frame, and I had Abrupt Decay, and all I needed to do was untap and Abrupt Decay the ensnaring bridge to win, and I definitely clicked on the old black bordered card, like the old artifact look, because that's what I associated ensnaring bridge with, and I was new to Moto, and I was very unhappy with that. But no, I haven't done the stage one, but the night is young. Can easily do that later. So I ran Turbo Depths, essentially, or a variant of Turbo Depths. I tried Exploration and a bunch of other random cards I wanted to try. It's like, oh, Exploration's better than Elvish Spirit Guide. It lets me play 2 lands. I'll just add a couple extra lands and some Explorations. What can go wrong? So I actually did okay in the event, but I really enjoyed the format, and most of the players were really nice. It felt like more of a community-driven format than some of the other formats I'd played in the past. Maybe a bit of a older demographic, a little bit. So I enjoyed it and decided I was going to fix that deck, and made it my mission to turn it into something that I felt was much more consistent. And that's how I built Bug Depths. And then once I had my own deck, I was locked. So.
Aw. So you really helped pioneer it, or grow it into what it became?
Well, I wouldn't really say that. I built a deck that I play. Pioneer implies that it made some long-lasting impact, or lots of other people picked it up and followed suit, and there's 5 of us that play the deck, so it's a little bit of a...
So how do you feel about this hand?
This hand's kind of awful.
It feels pretty bad.
The discard spells are basically uncastable at the moment without... Yeah.
This hand can do things.
Alright, so what do you put back as a depths expert?
So jury stuff.
I don't know, it pushes through Delver.
So jury stuff.
Fine.
And then I guess we just get... Do we have to get Bayou still, though?
I believe. I believe we do, yeah.
I mean, it's really hard for people to just, wasteland your first land, right?
It happens more often than you would think. I don't think it's correct, but I guess I'm used to coming at it from a bug perspective. It has so many lands that I just laugh when they wasteland my first land, but slow depths and turbo depths, the mana is actually shockingly, and duress again, showing why Inquisition's in the deck, as our friend is hanging out in the top right hand corner.
Jeez.
So yikes.
I mean, if our plan's to go long, maybe we just take the ponder.
Yeah, I think we kind of have to.
We just have to get a not of this world and more discard anyways, so
or
just
get to
make it such that we're not dying, right?
Yeah, I agree. And there's the play. Wasteland off the top, snap Wasteland.
Wow, new Twitch chat is so weird.
Bless you.
Yeah, that's one of my sneezes.
You have variants of your sneezes?
Yeah, so the higher pitched ones are more likely to be allergy based, because they're just like I don't necessarily get like congested, but I still do have to like blow my nose or like things just like I do just sneeze. But when I'm sick, they're like deep like sneezes. Can we play Hex Mage and start our beatdown? Gang scrappy?
No.
Like, we're not allowed to get scrappy?
I mean, we can, but they have days in their hand.
Oh. Fine. But next turn?
I mean, yes, we have to get scrappy because we can't just combo off with the lands while they're holding Borrower.
Yeah, we're going to do the other combo. Play Thalia twice.
So
this card's better than Thalia.
So the argument is, do we want to play a 2-1 or do we want to double port them every turn? Because they have to leave 2 up for Borrower every turn if we leave the combo up.
Oh yeah, double port. Oh, I was trying to figure out that song, but then it All right, so yeah, that's a good story. And that pretty much just brings you to Magic today, so you still just like play the deck you enjoy playing from like that dog show.
Yeah, up until about 2 months ago, yeah, and then my deck became significantly worse. So
because Star City stopped supporting Legacy.
Is that why it became worse? No, I don't think that had anything to do with it. No, the current crop of new cards really put a damper on my list.
Yeah, I've been having a hard time playing various formats. Like I was trying to play some Modern to get ready for Columbus, but it was like just kind of frustrating. Like I really don't want to play Oko because I just don't think it promotes fun gameplay, and I like having fun the times I do get to play Magic.
Yeah.
But it's just like so powerful that it's like pretty difficult. And then like Pioneer's fine, but like it's a while before that Pro Tour, so we'll worry about it later. So what does copying the Misty do?
They have a card on top from Brainstorm, so it's the end of their turn, so it's free information on whether they were hiding it or wanted to keep it. They weren't. If it copied it, it's fine because it's still a black source off Urborg. Technically, if we draw a second stage, we could even fetch a Bayou or a Forest off of it, and this gives us information about the last hidden card.
I do think it's weird that so that means they crack only if they don't want that card.
Or if they somehow think that keeping us off of the fetch for colors is a thing, but since we have Petal, I don't think they would make that play.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
It's kind of free. We knew they weren't doing anything, so.
Is there a point at which you start like thawing this Dark Depths?
Yes, I think that's fine. Once we have, I don't know that there's a likely point to it before we have Wasteland shut off. But yeah, if
all else if you draw another Dark Depths, it kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah. I mean, technically, we could just start jamming Hex Mages too. We have a couple of ways to combo.
I do like getting scrappy.
One more land draw and we can start playing Hex Mages. Now that's interesting.
So we know Days Borrower, and what's the third card? I can't really see.
Force of Will.
Oh.
I think since they have the third land, it's fine giving them another turn. I like playing Hex Mage here.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe they Force of Will it. There we go. Now the Veil of Summer might... Oh, double force. Okay. Maybe next turn if we draw a Mana Source, the Veil's actually alive to protect us from Borrower now. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, it's too late. I was debating whether it was worth it to play Hex Mage, but it's definitely not cutting us off green. So yeah, Oko in particular really hurts my bug deck. One of the primary ways, one of the main reasons the mana works is for Mox Diamonds, and playing a Mox Diamond and watching it become an Elk is yikes.
Wait, you get to play 0 mana 3/3.
Yeah.
So good.
That's
Man,
ugly.
if we draw Rite of Consumption,
now I feel
so
now I feel really bad for making that play. Interesting. I think I'm going to play the second Hex Mage. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
I think if they force it again, that's fine. This gives us Veil mana and pay for Daze mana.
Anything that leads to us attacking eventually.
Oh, there goes the Daze.
I don't even think that's like terrible for us though, because like that's 3 forces down, so like it's more likely that we might be able to Veil to beat this Brazen Borrower.
In before flip Force of Will. No.
Jeez.
It's almost like this deck is designed to do stuff like this consistently. I don't know. Ugh. Our friend. You're on the math. You're on the math again next turn.
Here's a concept. Wait, Dreadhorde Arcanist was also made this year, right?
Yes.
Like in War of the Spark?
Yes.
Yeah. So here's a concept. Let's take Jace Vryn's Prodigy, and instead of looting the first time, let's just let it -3 every turn. That's Dreadhorde Arcanist. Just
yeah, it's
you don't get the first loot, you just flashback every turn.
It is a very high quality card. Noteworthy that they did not shuffle with their... Oh, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I was about to grimace, and I was like, wait a minute, that's actually reasonable.
That's why it's in the deck, right?
Yeah, when I put it in the deck, it was Dreadhorde Arcanist was right at the top of the list of reasons why.
Yeah.
We do lose the Daze if we go for it here. They remove the one we knew about, but they have 2 unknowns.
Well, step 1, no cantrip, please.
Oh, that's nice. Step 1, fail.
Wait, land first, then brainstorm?
Yeah, I don't know. They want to shuffle post brainstorm, I guess. Play a threat.
Right.
Play a
do that
threat.
after.
Play a threat.
That's weird.
I mean, I guess they're figuring they get to do it twice anyway, but
yeah,
there's no reason to.
Well, the only reason would be if like you would do a fight in response to the brainstorm, but like, what fight would we have? All right, your turn. Is there something you want to know about Jonathan Sukenik?
Favorite legacy deck of all time.
Jeez. Actually, I have to think about that. Like I did just like No Rug and Grixis Delver were just like the decks that I like gravitated towards and played a lot, or like promoted the type of gameplay I liked. I mean, No Rug was just the first deck I won with, and like the Delver. Like when I bought into Legacy, I knew that I just really wanted to play Delver because of the amount of decisions that you make. And when I play Legacy, I want to be challenged. So I felt like it was kind of like a natural fit to be playing that type of deck. I also like playing decks that like are identified as a certain thing and can play the other role. So I liked playing Jeskai Control in Modern pretty much forever. Because you can play it like an aggro deck, but everyone thinks it's a control deck. And then I like playing Grixis Delver like a control deck, where everyone thinks it's like a tempo aggro deck. I do not play depths. And then, but I think my two favorite decks, like if I could start, I kind of view time as like skill points. Like I chose to put like a lot of skill points into Grixis Delver. So if I were to play Legacy, like in a real tournament, I should just play Grixis Delver because it would have my highest percentage chance of winning. But like when I don't care about the tournament, I'll play random other things. But my two favorite decks of all time are Death and Taxes. I just think, like ever since, like, I guess it was called Team Rocket Control originally, which was like, Michael Bondi and Thomasina Voltson and whoever else was on their team referred to themselves as like referred to the deck as Team Rocket Control. Were you around for like that era when like instead of being called Death and Taxes they would call it that?
I wasn't playing Legacy at the time, but I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, or like they would call it Mono White Control a lot, and like I thought that was super cool. So like it's still like on the same like theme or of the same vein of like this is a creature based deck that is a control deck, so everyone's gonna think it's probably more aggro oriented, but it's actually a control deck, and I saw it for what it was. And like at the time, Wasteland and Port were both like $1 billion, so I couldn't buy into it. So I just like bought into Delver instead because I knew that if I wanted to pivot, that I would at least have the dual lands, like if I want to play Storm or something like that. But now like ports are cheaper. I actually have Death and Taxes built in Magic Online. I just don't have time to learn it. So Death and Taxes, and then the other one is, well, let me make sure before I commit to saying that there's only two. Let me make sure. Yep. The other one is, I think the deck was called Scape Wish. Are you familiar with that?
Yes. Yeah, I played that once a long time ago. It was a really interesting deck.
Yeah, so the part I remember is that it's a Veteran Explorer deck. I do like Veteran Explorer decks in general. I remember when I was testing for Grand Prix Toronto, which was like team, and I was on the Legacy seat. It's the one that Lucas Xiao team won.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just kept on playing against the same guy that was playing Veteran Explorer, and he just played Atraxa every game. And for some reason, I just like fell in love with Atraxa at that point, such that at that event, I was able to get an Atraxa deck box. Like they just gave it to you as swag, and I'm like, this is great. This is like my tournament. Like, just like Atraxa's like the coolest card ever for like really no reason. Yeah, I just think the Veteran Explorer package is just really cool. Where I think the concept of being able to play like tons of basics in this format of all like expensive dual lands, and then you play like some new rare that was printed, like you could play Siege Rhino, you could play Atraxa, you could play that Archon thingy that Elves plays, like you can just do anything. So yeah, like but Scape Wish was the first deck I really saw. My sister's current boyfriend was actually the one that I first heard the deck from. And he was just like describing it to me, and I was just all about it. It's just like I couldn't believe that I was playing like the Veteran Explorer package and a Burning Wish package, and like it just seemed magical, like in everything it was doing.
Textbook little kid magic.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of interesting where like there's a lot of things I'm known for in Magic, but I feel like my actual like interests or things that I like run a little bit deeper than like the surface level. I think like people in general are a lot more complicated than people think. Like I love hearing people's story and like what makes them tick and whatnot. Like for instance, I'll give you two guesses. I don't know if I've done this with you before, but I'll give you two guesses as to what my favorite color in Magic is.
Yikes.
I mean,
there's ones that jump to mind, but I'm guessing they're wrong, or you wouldn't really do this exercise. So like blue immediately jumps to mind.
You're right.
I don't think so. My read is that this guess is because your name is going to be unique. So
yeah, I'm gonna say Eldrazi mana.
If I had to guess, I would guess my guesses would be green and red.
Yeah. So yeah, red's my favorite color in Magic. I really like how dynamic it is, and it does exactly what I said before, which was I like aggro decks that can play control and control decks that can play aggro. Red does that. Like Lightning Bolt is like, it does everything. Lightning Bolt is counterspell, Lightning Bolt is time walk, Lightning Bolt, like, it just does everything, right? Like, the last Lightning Bolt you use to kill them is time walk. Lightning Bolt in response to like a pump spell is counterspell. And one. Like, you got a creature with it too, it's just a 2-for-1. Like, it's just so cool to me. So like Grixis Delver, just got control, like it makes sense. Like I just like playing Lightning Bolt a lot. When I first started playing Magic, I actually only played mono red decks, or I just had like huge affinity for them, or just red based decks. And then I really like, you can't really talk as much like in recent era. Like I know there's a subset of people that like Simic a lot, but like Oko kind of ruins it for them. So like I guess I'm more just talking about like back in the day Magic. I really liked red green a lot. That was my favorite 2-color combination, and then Rug was my favorite 3-color combination for a long time. But nowadays I don't really like try to, you know, funnel myself into just like, but like I do just love red in Magic. Like in limited, I just usually want to be red. Like, it just does everything. So yeah. Or like back in the day, like a huge level up moment for me was when I played Fairies in Standard. I felt like that's what really taught me how to be better at Magic, and it also played like the aggro controller, control aggro like sort of role. But my favorite deck in that format was actually a deck that I made in my spare time that I played at FNM a lot. Like when I wanted to win tournaments, I would play Fairies. But the deck I actually enjoyed was this deck that played it was like Merfolk Looter, Makeshift Mannequin with Muldrifter and Shriekmaw. I just like love those types of cards. And then it played Revelark, which could also get back Muldrifter and Merfolk Looter, and Siege Gang Commander. And I played a Singleton Spitting Image, which was like the 6-mana clone something retrace. And yeah, it just like wasn't a particularly good deck, but I just like really enjoyed everything that was going on with it. So yeah, there's just like, there's so many things to like. Magic is great because there's so many different things you can like and enjoy about it, and there's like a lot of expression that can be had in it. And I feel like a lot of the times when people are upset at Magic, it's at least partially like yeah, sure, it's like competitive diversity or however you want to put it, but it's also just like a means of expression. If people don't feel like they can express themselves in Magic appropriately, they're more likely to be upset, right? Like not everyone is just trying to win a tournament. So like you not being able to play Depths because of Oko, and then someone else not being able to play their deck because of Oko, and like whatever. Once the common denominator is all Oko, then like it becomes clear that like the card isn't okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the problem is this year in particular, there have been so many printings and so many changes that it's hard to unravel what exactly the problem is, if it's a problem at all, depending on who you talk to in Legacy. So
yeah,
you know,
and it's kind of like that with a lot of Magic too,
yeah.
Like due to 2019. So there's just like there's just like a lot of cards that are slipping a little bit under the radar, or they're like just very clearly pushed, but just not broken like the other cards. Like I think a good example is like Bone Crusher Giant. Like obviously not in like Legacy, but Bone Crusher Giant's just like a 3-mana 4/3 is already very good. Then it has something that like hurts the opponent when they target it. That's also very good. And then now let's just give it like an extra ability to deal 2 damage and allow like core Firewalkers to die in combat or something like that. Like that's a very pushed card.
Yeah, yeah, there's a ton of them that are all kind of leaning in the same direction. Plus, the new mulligan rule is a big deal too. So, there's a lot of. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't think the mulligan rule, I don't think the mulligan rule is bad. I think it's just combining it with
really powerful cards.
Things. Yeah. If we added the London mulligan rule 4 years ago, I think we'd be pretty happy. I just chose a random time. I mean, I don't actually remember what's saying.
No, I agree. I don't think any of these decks are too. I don't think any deck in particular is broken because of the London mulligan rule, which was initially one of the major concerns for a lot of people. But I think the play patterns are just much more. You're seeing a card like Oko, even if it only makes it show up, say, 5% more on your average mulligan to 6, where they may have kept a more speculative 7 in the past. It's just 5% more. You're seeing the same cards over and over again, and the same play patterns over and over again, where Accelerant into Oko or Veil into Oko or whatever the case is, it's just you're seeing the same stuff over and over again. And for the decks that play Verse Hate, you're seeing the same cards over and over again. I messed around with Black Red Reanimator for a few leagues earlier this month, prepping for the format challenge.
You're inner Landon?
Well, I have to play in, have to is a bad way to say it. I'm playing in the format finals in January for Legacy.
Ooh.
And 30% of the field qualified with Death and Taxes or Maverick. So as a Dark Depths player whose preferred version of Dark Depths isn't positioned well at the moment, what am I supposed to do? So I felt like I wasn't doing it justice, or wasn't making a fair effort if I didn't at least try other strategies. And those matchups just feel so polarized. People are just mulling to 4 or 5 routinely to find their hate cards, and you're mulling to find your answers to their hate card, your Reverent Silence or whatever the case is. And it's some of the most miserable Magic I've ever played.
Yeah, you're just pretty much rolling dice at that point, or flipping a coin, or however you want to put it.
So it's just not an enjoyable aspect. Even this deck, even tests, I was trying tests for a little while and actually like the deck, but it has such a big piece of what it's doing now is Echo the Eons, which is its own variation of let's see what happens. I'm gonna give myself a brand new hand and hopefully it's good enough in a lot of situations. And
kind of like Belcher-esque in that way.
It's got a little bit more play to it than Belcher does. But
that sort of plan is similar. I did actually see these Echo Belcher decks, which is kind of cool. Yo, take them off their mana. I mean, on their turn, but
I mean, it doesn't matter. But
it doesn't.
I mean, I can't play it for free. I don't have a green card, so I'm going to be hard casting it. But yes, I'll play it during.
Mana.
Yeah, either way, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I meant so that way they can't ad nauseam in response and then untap.
Yeah. If they had ad nauseam, they would have casted end step, I think. No matter what I did. This is an ugly game of Magic.
This force is a 2-for-1. Normally, when you hear Force and Legacy, it's a 1-for-2. So. That's how you know green is a better color than blue right now.
No, I would have preferred those have been Lion's Eye Diamonds as opposed to Lotus Petals, but we'll take what we can get at this point.
Yeah, one thing that AJ told me about the test mirror that didn't occur to me was that you could board in Chain of Vapor. That way there's times that they go for Infernal Tutor, and then you could Chain of Vapor their Mox Opal or Chrome Mox in response.
Yeah, that's an old school one. The new one is Chain of Vaporing your own Wishclaw Talisman after you tutor to get it back and tutor again. That's kind of disgusting. But
yeah, I saw I played against a guy that was playing the what's it called, Lotus Veil. Bless you. Oh, I guess you can't hear. I just have a thing that every time I just hear a sneeze, I feel like I have to I just have to say something, or else it's just bad bad juju. So I'll say it all the time, and everyone's like, what do you say? And I have kind of good hearing, like not great hearing. It's like, I think the way it was described to me is that like I actually have like the hearing frequency range of like a 40 or 45-year-old. Like I can't hear nails on a chalkboard, for instance. Like I actually just don't hear anything because that frequency is just outside my range. Or like there's like the ringtones people used in high school that were like would make a sound that teachers wouldn't be able to hear because they're older. I also wouldn't be able to hear it. But sometimes I can hear like amplitudes that are lower than I should be able to hear, or higher than, or I guess really just lower than I should be able to hear. So then like sometimes like I'll hear a sneeze, I'll say like bless you, and then people would be like, but no one sneezed. And I'm like, no, like someone sneezed all the way over there. And they're like, but you didn't say it loud enough for them to hear it. I'm like, yeah, but like I don't want the bad juju's. So what was I saying before that? Oh yeah. So what's the new Lotus Veil card called?
A new Veil of Summer?
No.
That's the one that taps for 3. I don't know the name of that card.
Lotus Field.
Lotus Field. Okay.
I play against like the Twiddlestorm Lotus Field like combo deck in Modern, and the guy played Wish Call a Talisman, which is pretty cool because you can Wish Call a Talisman, then you can untap it with like your Psychic Puppetry like splicing, and then you can tutor again. So you can just like get multiple tutors out of it if you have a surplus of mana, or just really if you have an extra Psychic Puppetry. So you can like, or you can like double splice onto like puppetry to be able to like untap the talisman as well. Yeah, this one's great. It's still anyone's game.
Well, we have 1 turn. Actually, no, I guess we have 2. We have 2 actually.
Turns.
Yeah. Our 8 draw steps have been a little loose in this particular match.
Which land do you think this one's going to become? Tropical Island? That way you could be Bug Depths again?
I don't have it in me to insult my deck like that. I'll copy Bayou.
Or you could copy Urborg.
For the 4th copy.
Yeah, and then you could play 1 from your hand. And then you can sack the stage.
Oddly, that does come up. I have copied Urborg with stage and then played another Urborg to build Reclaimer up to a 3/4 to kill people. It has come up.
Wow.
But
exactly, Whitefaces. This is the scrappy game I wanted. You weren't willing to attack, now you're dying to 1/1. That's what you get.
Now we're dead anyway.
Goblin War Strike!
I don't think so. I think we're just getting mini... Oh, never mind. I don't know why we didn't just get mini tendrils. That would have killed us for sure. Their last card, yeah, because then Alaj wouldn't be able to block their attack next turn. Their last card must either be another Wish or a bounce spell. It's the only thing that makes sense. Just for you.
Yay. Bug deaths.
All right. Find out if that last card's Burning Wish or Chain of Vapor. maybe Echoing Truth.
Can you use the Bayou stage to copy? Because the Tropical Island one makes more colors.
Yes, absolutely, I can.
Yeah. What land do we sack?
The Bog, I believe. Actually, that's probably not right. Actually, it really doesn't matter because the game's over this turn. Either way. Like, but yes, I believe technically the Urborg's probably the correct play if you expect the game to go longer than this turn.
Yeah,
but
nice.
I do not expect the game to go longer than this.
You know, sitting on your side for once of seeing how like Depths is piloted, it's exactly what it looks like from my side. You just always eventually make a 2020 and it's just like, hey, it's good enough.
Come on, to be fair, you've never played versus me on this particular deck. My deck is significantly different.
They're all the same.
They're not all the same. My deck is way more consistent at doing this. These cards right here, these 3 cards right here, 2 of them would have been shuffled away many turns ago for better cards, and we would have won the game. But instead, we're going to lose the game.
So I understand that your build of depths is different than other people's because you like playing one stifle and whatever. I don't actually know the difference between the like slow depths and turbo depths, and if there's another one. Like, I don't know what these words mean.
So turbo's just all in on the mana accelerants. So Lotus Petals, Elvish Spirit Guides, free protection, not of this world, kill you ASAP essentially.
So this is turbo depth.
This is turbo, yeah.
Right.
So
turbo means fast. Turbo-tastic.
So the other 2 builds are basically the same shells. Or very similar shells. They're basically...
Wait, what are they named?
Well, Bug's Bug and Slow is black-green, but without the nonsense cards. So the cards that you wouldn't want to normally run in your Legacy deck, like Elvish Spirit Guide, Not of This World, they cut the bad cards and replace it with grindy cards so they have a better backup plan. So they're running Dark Confidants. Instead of the Lotus Petals, they're running Mox Diamonds, higher land count.
Or they had like Bitter Blossom at one point.
Sometimes they run a variety of sideboard plans. Sometimes it's Tarmogoyf, sometimes it's Tireless Tracker, Bitter Blossom, some kind of Planeswalkers, some kind of grindy secondary plan to go with draw engines. Sometimes Summon Library, basically less direct tutors, more main deck answers, things like Abrupt Decay, that sort of thing. So they're playing almost like a mid-range, almost like a Jund kind of game, like Thoughtseize into Bob or Thoughtseize into occasionally the combo just when you naturally have it or have crop rotation in one of the pieces. So they're playing more of a spaced out game and not trying to not always trying to all kill as soon as possible. So
but like obviously you can just like happen to draw in a way that allows you to do that.
Sure, if you're opening hands Urborg Depths, Thoughtseize, Hexmage, then yes, you're going to look exactly like a turbo deck.
Mox Diamond or whatever.
Yeah, so it has its draws.
Or like your fast man.
But they're, fewer and far between, essentially. Which you're okay with because the players that play that deck, they're looking for more windows to outplay people, I think is the general attraction. So someone like Dave Long or Bob Huang that have run slow depths in the past, they like the idea that they have, especially in some of the fair matchups, long drawn out games where they can outplay people and leverage their cards and skill. So I definitely get the attraction. It's just, I don't know. I think the mana base of that deck is pretty bad too.
Of green black?
Yeah, which is odd for a 2-color deck. They're running multiple wastelands, and then the full combo set. So the full 11 or 12 combo lands with Urborg, and then several wastelands. Plus they're then still running the utility lands, Bog, Steppe. So the mana is actually kind of bad for a 2-color deck. Much worse than you would think it would be anyway.
This hand doesn't do anything.
What do you mean it doesn't do anything? It's got the full combo and a Thoughtseize.
Like maybe the best hand we've seen all night. No,
we've had below average hands pretty much the entire night.
Yeah. Do you think this guy knows he played turn 1 Wasteland?
I would say probably about half to 2/3 of Legacy opponents know what. If you play with any regularity, they have a pretty good idea what you're on.
Man, I can't believe you let out on stream how you're going to be playing Reanimator in the playoff. It would have been such a secret.
I 5-0'd with it. It got posted anyway, so pretty much everyone in that event's going to do a Google search of their opponent every round. So any list that I've ever...
Yo, what's up, Cheesehead? Yeah, nice. What was I going to say? So I think that's something that you and I like have in common is we both have like the archetypes that we're kind of like known for, and we like, oh nice.
This is not what I thought we were playing against.
Yeah, me neither. So we both like have the archetypes that we've kind of like tuned ourselves. Like, did I ever tell you how I learned how to play Delver?
No, you have not.
So I started off at like a random invitation. I just had to buy into Legacy. So then I bought Jeskai Delver when that was like the best. So right before Treasure Cruise was printed, so with Stoneforge Mystic and Grim Lavamancer True Name Nemesis. Then I actually almost qualified for a Pro Tour playing Jeskai Delver when Treasure Cruise was printed at GP New Jersey. But I lost to JPA on Sneak and Show in the last round. And then after that, there wasn't as much like Legacy, but I still just played Jeskai Delver when I could, but obviously it wasn't as good. I played a bunch of Blue-Red Delver testing for that event. I just thought Stoneforge Mystic was pretty good against the red builds because you got to play Jitte with True Name. It was actually pretty interesting. My build, so even starting back then, I would always want to play rogue decks. I just hate being like everyone else. So, which is funny because like I became a lot more successful in Magic when I just played the best standard deck in the standard tournaments. But I was still like very stubborn for most of my life, just thinking that I could come up with like better ideas than what the hive mind was coming up with. So at that GP with Treasure Cruise and Dig Through Time legal, I felt like Tarmogoyf was going to be at a low because like Tarmogoyf doesn't play that well with Delve cards.
Okay.
So I actually chose to play Jeskai Delver with 0 Swords to Plowshares in my 75.
Interesting. What's the draw what's the draw to the white then at that point?
Well, first you're playing 2 or 3 True Name Nemesis, so like your Jittes are very good.
Okay.
And I really like the play pattern of playing Stoneforge Mystic.
Okay.
And like Stoneforge Mystic and then Daze and then being able to activate still.
So it's essentially just for the equipment.
Well, then in the sideboard, I had Containment Priest and Meddling Mage. Yep. And that's it. So what was really cool was I played against Death and Taxes 2 or 3 times in that event. And I boarded in my Meddling Mages. And multiple times on turn 2, I played Meddling Mage and then named the Swords to Plowshares. And they're just like... And like after the match, they just couldn't believe that I did that. And like I had probe in my deck, so sometimes I even knew that they had Swords to Plowshares in their hand. They're just like, I can't believe you shut off your own swords. I'm like, what swords? I'm playing 4 Lightning Bolt, 3 Fork Bolts. And like I won a Fork Bolt against Young Pyromancer too. That way you get the extra token with it. So that was like pretty cool. And then later on, I ended up playing Grixis Delver when Noah won Worcester with Grixis Delver with Dig Through Time and Deathrite Shaman. So then I just like copied the deck to play in a classic in Baltimore, and I ended up losing in the top 8 to Dredge, my first time playing the deck. And I was like, okay, this deck like really is the truth, and I just like only played Grixis Delver from then on out. But I really just learned by following a bunch. Like I just did what I thought was right, and it just turns out that like you could take the same exact list of Grixis Delver and like Noah and Bob would play it differently than how I would play it. And I don't know if like mine's better or worse, but there are times where I would look at a situation and like after learning how I would want to play Delver, then I would ask Bob and Noah and like pretty much like the main people I really like valued opinions on Delver were like Bob and Noah, oh man, what's his name? I think his name's Nate. I forget his last name. He like top 8'd like the Southern Legacy GP with like the one that had Leopold in it. And he also has like a Star City top 8, and his name's definitely Nate. I'm gonna feel so bad about this. All right, whatever. Ed D'Amico, do you know him?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just like really appreciate how he plays Delver. Yeah, and then like other people that have like dabbled in Delver, I like still value their opinions. Like Kevin King's known for playing lands, but like he's played Delver before, and like Tarek Patel. But like the main people for me are like Ed D'Amico, Nate, and and like Noah and Bob. So I would kind of like observe the first two, but like I'm pretty good friends. Yeah, Nate Barton, that's it. Yeah. He's really good at Delver. So, but like I'm like pretty decent friends with Bob and Noah. So like a lot of times I would just ask them about various like situations or like lists that they would play, or ask like a lot of just like almost like trivial questions to them, because I would want to understand how they play Delver. And then I would just do other things, but I would know when the time is right to play like Noah or to play like Bob or to play a list like Noah or Bob versus what I would want to do. And I feel like that's kind of what you're doing here too. And like, I don't know if that's kind of what you do in general with depths, where like there's all these different ways of playing depths and all these different, I guess, like depths experts or people that like have some sort of like authority on like how depths should be played or built, and that you're able to like you actually try to understand their point of view.
Generally, yeah. I mean, we all have our preferred versions for our own reasons, but I think there's thought that goes into every version and why they're doing what they're doing. And yeah, I respect a ton of depths players' opinions on, especially ones that are outside of my area of expertise. Like when a really good player talks about slow depths, I just stand back, think about it, and make sure I give adequate consideration before I open my mouth and say something that doesn't necessarily fit. But
like I like poke fun at like your age or whatever all the time, but that is actually like something that shows of just like a very big deal of like maturity and understanding. I feel like a lot of the times in Magic there's like and like I'm at fault for this too, where like there's a level of like pride that's associated with like the words that are being said, and like some people find it like important to like make sure that their voice is heard or whatever, instead of like over the last few years I just call like whatever I try and do in Magic like the pursuit of like the truth, or like the pursuit of like whatever's the right thing. So I feel like that approach shows a lot of like maturity to understand that that like, yeah, they could just be wrong, but what do I gain by just telling them they're wrong right away? Maybe I should internalize their point of view and then like let's have a conversation, instead of just like you don't have any ego associated with that. So I think that's like a good way to like learn and grow as like both a Magic player and a human. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think when it comes to legacy decks specifically, a lot of times someone's doing something else for a very specific reason. Like any particular deck choice, like the difference between say slow and bug depths, my deck is built to try and fight a certain amount of variance, but on top of that it's built to destroy combo decks. It's basically bringing in has extra selection. It's bringing in cards like Flusterstorm, and prior to Veil of Summer, another 2019 card that made the deck much worse, that used to be a really strong strategy. And so a choice that I make in deck building isn't going to be the same as someone that's trying to win through a grindier plan or attacking a different kind of deck. If you want to beat, if in the local meta that you're in, or if you're playing like on the SCG tour where there might be more fair decks, or any given legacy paper tournament for that matter, where there might be more fair decks than there are combo decks, which is traditionally the exact opposite of how Magic Online works. You're going to make different choices even within the same framework. Even if you both have the same understanding of what you're trying to do, you're just going to come to different conclusions based on what you're seeing, what you're trying to address. So, it's not like it's not necessarily always a right and wrong thing. Like someone builds wrong, someone builds right. It just is. So, like you said, you have to have a general understanding of what's going on and why they're doing what they're doing before you make a decision. And right now, showing age right now, I'm trying not to tilt at the play mistake I made on turn 2 that cost me this game.
I wasn't paying attention that much. What happened?
So basically, basically I double discarded them on turn 1. So I ended up taking, I discarded the Crater Maker and played the Needle to shut off their Wasteland that they tapped to play Vial. So their hand was basically air. I had an out of this world to answer the possible the bounce goblin if they tutored for it with matron,
Yep.
and basically I had Urborg in play, so I just needed to play Stage Depths, had both in hand. So blindly played Stage with Urborg Needle out because I was thinking that if for some reason they freed up Wasteland and fetched a basic, I could copy the basic, and completely forgot that Rashidun ports a card that they run in their deck, and they port tapped my Stage and then matroned for the Crater Maker to basically make my Needle worthless, and lost the game directly because I sequenced my lands poorly. Exactly. So,
maybe if you played more limited, you would get better at sequencing your lands.
I've been doing matchup sideboard primers, and one I did last month was Death and Taxes, and there's over a page and a half of why you're not supposed to play Thespian Stage first in that matchup, because they could port you into awkward spots where you're not able to combo, or where they force you to combo either during your draw step or during your end step, and then they untap and flicker. There's all these nasty scenarios that can happen if you play Stage first, and Goblins is basically the same dynamic with port and the
just
balance.
That was already half a page. So.
Yes, exactly. You're catching on. So yeah, well aware of why you're supposed to sequence it that way, and I just did the exact opposite. So yeah,
that's fine.
This is the perfect league for it to happen in, though.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot on the line here. 50 play points.
Yeah. You know what's funny is if we weren't streaming, I would have dropped this league at 0-2. That would have been the end of it. Some people do 0-1. Sometimes you just got to get a restart.
Yeah, some people are just trophy hunters. I get it.
Trophy hunters.
I care about my EV too much, where, like, I wasn't going to do that much with the time anyways, but I really would want whatever play points I could get out of it.
No, that is not what I wanted to click. Yeah, there's a certain point where certain things of online currency just don't even register in your brain. If you play long enough and you do well enough, play points are they just don't even exist. It's just something that's on the screen. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's like I've had a pretty big problem for most of my life of spending money. I just grew up a lot more frugal and find it very hard to justify spending money. To the point that a lot of my best friends have encouraged me to spend more money, and then I found that it led me to being happier. Because I was happier, I was doing better at Magic, so then I was making more money from Magic, so then I was able to buy more things, and it was a very what's the opposite of a vicious cycle? It's a symbiote. No.
The opposite of a vicious cycle? Oh, didn't you just describe a vicious cycle?
Well, no. It's good though.
Is it?
It's good. I get both more stuff and more Magic results from being happy. So
I don't know that's
positive.
I don't know that's
a positive feedback loop or something.
Okay. What do you think? Is this a keeper? Give me your expert level opinion on the no land 1 mana source hand.
Well, you have 2 cards that say sacrifice a land, and it's really hard to do that when you don't have land. So.
It's true.
So regardless, the way I was able to justify buying myself things was at first I would say, okay, if I won X amount, so say $500 or qualified for a Pro Tour, was actually the first time it happened. I said that when I qualify for a Pro Tour, I'll buy myself this thing that was $40. And it was just a thing I wanted, and I probably would have just never bought it for myself if I didn't make that deal with myself. But then it just happened a week or 2 later, and I was just super happy that I was able to get it. So then what ended up happening was I just started acquiring money from doing well in Magic, and I put all that into a separate account. So then I know that account is my fun money. If that number ever went to 0, I just will go back to being super frugal or whatever.
Okay.
But anytime I just want to buy things for leisure or buy a video game or whatever, I just use that account. So that's how you get past the psychological thing of me just not being able to spend money, because I view that as just I don't view it as dollar bills or anything. It's just a number over there that lets me buy these things that I like. just like how Magic Online, like, yeah, you can like sell your collection or like sell tickets and get real life cash for it, but like it doesn't feel like money to you like online, you know?
I understand.
Wow, this is fun.
One of the first real hands we've had all night.
I hope he has Manamorphous Brazen Borrower. That would make my night.
You're just full of Christmas joy tonight.
Yeah, well, Manamorphous is red and green, so. All right, make sure you click on the right one. Oh,
they didn't even make me.
What a guy.
I mean, generally, if it's probably a mistake. You're running goblins in a league, you're probably a nice guy. You have to love the legacy format to run goblins in a league.
But it's just like Death and Taxes.
I think Death and Taxes is probably a little bit better. Just a little bit better.
I mean, they're kind of different, right?
Yeah, I think one has significantly stronger cards than the other.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to compliment like Ancestral Recall Goblin like that. They also gain like Munitions Expert. They just have Terminate Goblin instead of Gem Pump Incinerator, or both. They can do anything.
It's true. Honorary guest, cut a card.
If the screen wasn't flickering so much, I would do it.
Name a random card in Dark Depths. It's probably in the 61 here. Or also playing.
Let's cut.
Playing 61 is also an option.
Let's cut Abrupt Decay.
Abrupt Decay. Gutsy call. Gutsy call.
I didn't come here to commentate depth for Abrupt Decay to be cast.
Hey, I asked you what you wanted to play. I was willing to be schooled in anything from your school of magic.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a way of life.
It's true.
This hand does not look very good.
It's not, but we're in game 3 of match 5, so this is definitely a keep.
What? That's not how this works.
It's a turn 3, right?
No, mulligan. You
don't want to turn 3? With backup stage and backup depths, you can combo twice.
Is that actually good?
Probably not. They're gonna probably lackey into something and kill us.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's why we need turn 1 Hex Mage. This hand's good.
We have to put 2 of these back.
Did he also mulligan to 5?
It appears that way, yes.
Yeah, we're in this.
So what's the play? Stage depths, double accelerant, go for it on turn 2, or
if that's an option. I didn't do the math, but yeah, let's do that.
I mean, loses to a wasteland, but yeah, you know.
It's like what they always say, haste makes waste, and
so the other option is to stage accelerant into an Urborg and go that way too.
Whatever kills them.
Both are turn 2s. They're just different ways of getting there.
Well, which one is better?
Depends. Do you think they would snap wasteland us?
No.
I think this is better. Lackey.
No, Vile.
Vile's actually really bad for us, because Vile will get up to 2 for our combo turn.
Vile! Is that good or bad?
likely bad. Doesn't really do a whole lot. Not playing stage into port. Got there.
Yeah. All it took was how many pages? What, a whole page?
Page and a half. Page and a half.
Jeez.
I'm
Single
doing
space times New Roman 12.5.
I'm doing the there's the wasteland. I'm doing lands next, and I think it's going to be about 5 pages on Thespian stage in the matchup.
Because you can copy their dark depths.
And their ports, and their Mazavith, and their wastelands, and their ghost quarters, and
their forest.
Forest is actually an important one too. Gotta save that stage sometimes.
So, what percentage chance do you think we have of winning?
This game, very low.
This is 70%.
70% chance of. You said of winning?
Yeah.
I'm guessing. That's interesting.
What did he get?
That's Sting Scourger. I don't know that that's. That's kind of. I mean, it's not really good. I thought he was just going to get like a Sling Gang and clock us.
Yeah. Can we do anything cool?
Not really. So I think we're going to have to play into... I think we're going to have to play into port a little bit if they draw it.
Yeah. Is that better than playing the spirit, using the spirit guide? Because
I don't think it particularly.
Because, like,
it does cut us off Hex Mage, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I like hiding this. What I'm trying to do is get to a point where they don't use this until next turn.
Mm-hmm.
So if we just pass with this, I don't know that they will. So if they just sit on the wasteland, we can play Ghost Quarter, Petal, Pass, and maybe they think we don't have enough mana to go off. That's the path, I think.
Sorry, Goblins does not play Path. That's Death and Taxes.
That's the route to victory, if you'd prefer different wording.
It also doesn't play Route. I don't think instant speed Wrath of God is going to help you.
Have you ever played that card in tournament setting?
Route?
Yes.
I played it in a cube.
Did you kick her?
Kicker! I played a get to fire with kicker. That's some invasion for you.
There you go. Have you ever paid the full 10 with Urza's Rage?
No.
That was a common play back in the day.
Yeah.
That's...
Oh, a card that there's a bunch of cards I thought were like really cool. Like Rowing Up. Like I really liked Desolation Angel. That was pretty cool. All of Apocalypse was really cool for me. Because that's when I started playing F&M, was right before Invasion Block was rotating. And I first saw like Spirit Monger and Mystic Snake, Lightning Angel. Like, I just couldn't believe that these cards existed. They were just so cool to me.
Hi, it's me, Jenny from Kia, and I'm back to tell you about Kia's holiday sticker sales event where you can get 0%
Can we kill him yet?
66 months and 2,000
No. They have a Sorcery Speed Edict and a Sorcery Speed Bounce spell in hand currently.
Well, is playing the pedal better than playing Ghost Quarter first?
I mean, they get to respond to it either way if they want to.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I mean,
So
we
what's the path
basically
to victory? How do we do it?
pray they just go through their turn and just do another attack and don't bother to wasteland us. If they wasteland us, we crop rot whatever they wasteland into a replacement, and then try to win that way.
I like the part where we win.
I think we're actually okay.
So 70% chance of winning? I'm staying firm on this number.
I would say we're favored at the moment, yeah.
Yo, that's me! I got us back into the game. Don't give up hope.
I will point out that using the pedals and having the spirit guide is superior in this situation, since they could just go after our pedal.
Yeah, that's true.
They don't have enough mana to do that anyway, but if they drew, say, whatever the heck, Trash Master or the other card, that could be an issue. Pretty sure we just would have. Go ahead.
I feel like I should know this song. Alright, give up. What's this one?
I don't
it's
know.
So hard. Because
I can ask.
It's hard because I only hear like little portions of it.
What is this song?
It's Tori Amos, Up the Creek.
Tori Amos, Up the Creek?
Okay, yeah, I definitely don't know that. Wait, this looks good for us.
Yeah, they didn't draw. They needed to draw either Wasteland or Caracas.
Yo, I'm the prophet.
Yeah, 50 play points, maybe. 50 play points locked in.
I called it. We had a 70% chance of winning.
I don't think it was 70% chance. If they'd have just gotten a real creature instead of this Sting Scourger that they're going to die with in their hand, we would have died a very bloody death.
Never give up, never give in, never surrender. Unless if you're playing slowly. That's my motto.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Opponent said good games, and I got weirded. There we go. Alright. Yay.
Nice. What now?
How you feeling?
Vintage cube.
If you want to, I'm game.
I don't know anything about the cube, so we'll just have fun. Like let's just do something sweet.
I have never played this cube, so that would make us
Great.
both completely in the dark. Are you even going to be able to see the cards?
I'll try. You can just point out which cards you like too, but I think I can figure it out.
Oh my god, this is a.
Wait, I didn't even notice this was a different account than your normal account.
Yeah, I've been playing on this one. Initially, I had a theory that I wanted to. Well, it wasn't really a theory. I just wanted to test out the idea of exactly what we were talking about earlier, like how many people know what you're actually running.
Yep.
So there was a PTQ and a quarterly playoff event coming up that I wanted to see what would happen, essentially, if I played on an account people didn't know. And the results were ridiculous. Like, the average opposing hand that I saw compared to what I'm used to was like night and day. Like, it was some of the easiest Magic I've ever played in my life. Like, it's just it's insane, the difference between playing in the dark.
It's kind of like you spend your life like playing with like these like training weights or whatever, and then you just like take them off and you're like, okay, like easy win here. Like you didn't know what I was playing.
Exactly. It's like Delver when they don't know they need a Wasteland. Like this was pre-Brazen Borrower too, so it's like they have literal no main deck ways. I mean, we've played Magic against each other. You're familiar with what the Delver matchup used to be versus Depths, so it was like that. But when they didn't,
extremely favorable for Delver. I don't think Delver can ever lose the Depths.
The only time it was really close before the new printings was Deathrite Shaman Delver was kind of a flip a little bit, but yeah, Depths was always in good shape versus that deck.
Yeah, I actually always said that, like, I don't know how people like figure it out, and this is probably where like Noah and Bob are like better than me at like Delver. Like, just back in the day, I just couldn't figure out how to beat like lands and depths that easily. Like, I just couldn't do it. I just didn't want to play against them. I'd rather play against any other deck than lands and depths.
Yeah, I would imagine lands is even more miserable.
Yeah, like Punching Fire and like Tabernacle and everything. It's a lot.
Yeah, at least.
All right, so I don't know the difference between these. Let's do the league one.
What does one kick you out immediately?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The elimination draft eliminates.
So this is just one shot and done, and this is you get 3 matches no matter what.
The league, we always get 3 matches. That's right, and I think we just gotta go 2-1 to get our money back. So easy mode. All right, I have to let you know that I have a huge preference for. Well, here, I'll let you guess. In cube drafting, what do you think my goal is?
See, I feel like this is a loaded question too. You've taken me down the path where I got to your red preference, but I feel like that can't be the case here. So I'm guessing you like long drawn out games where you like to like your traditional skill player. So you're looking at some kind of control shell.
All I want are 2 types of cards: Planeswalkers and Shriek Maws.
All right, duly noted.
And any cards that I just like I love Blade Splicer. Like, I'll just play any card I like. So.
Oh, I don't know if this is actually all gonna. Oh, that's interesting. My screen isn't set up right for this.
Okay.
Some cards are going to get cut off on the actual stream. I'll just name them. Needle Spires and Ophiomancer are not on the screen.
Yeah. So what do you like here?
Having never played Cube, this seems like a pretty unpowerful pack.
Yeah. What's the card next to Strix? I can't really read it.
Ancient Grudge. Or Zealous Conscripts.
It was the conscripts. Okay. I kind of like Ophiomancer or Urza, but like it feels like Urza in this like type of cube of just like signets and stuff just like has to be decent, right?
Well, we'll try Urza. It's a new card.
Yeah. I've spent enough time losing to Urza over the year, and I haven't really.
It's at least a card that I've heard people discuss banning and is strong enough to see legacy play. I'm not, and I don't have to live with having first picked Ophiomancer in a cube.
Baleful Strix was one of my favorite cards too. It was my favorite card to play in Delver, just like how Shriek Maw is my favorite card to play in Fairies.
Yeah, we got that. So Ballista and Wrath of God are the off-screen cards here.
What?
Does Hexmage go in an Urza deck?
No.
We'll probably wheel this, right?
Exactly.
I have no idea if Delve cards are any good in this.
So I like Snapcaster or Cruise.
Okay.
And I'll just let you choose whichever one you think is cooler.
How fast is the cube? Like, do you reasonably get to delve this?
Well.
Yeah.
Can't go that wrong with Snapcaster, right?
Yeah, I'm fine with Snapcaster.
All right, so we have a Steam Vents and Sulfuric Vortex off.
There's your boy.
Yeah. Let me count how many cards in the pack. So High Tide's probably gonna wield unless if someone's gonna play combo. I think the Blade Splicer actually wields, so we don't even have to take it.
Okay.
It's good with Urza though, so that's kind of cool.
Top and Urza seems kind of disgusting.
Because you can like use the top two,
and you can shuffle away whatever you don't want, and you can replay it, and you can free mana off of it too.
So what do you want to take? I'm pretty up for anything. Like the cards I like are like Mizium Mortars and Top.
Yeah, let's do
And
top.
Gideon. I mean, I'll take any planeswalker, but
We're not doing planeswalkers yet. We'll do top because it keeps us open. Are there any ways to tinker this into play in the cube?
yeah, there's Tinker, and I forget if there's another Tinker like card. This pack's kind of underwhelming.
Yeah.
I really wish there's like a fetch land or something. I might even just want to take the Savannah just in case we get like a fetch land and we're playing one of those colors and we get like say like Flooded Strand and we're playing blue green type of thing.
All right. Metalworker or Lightning Greaves fit the artifact theme. Balance is how creature heavy is the deck.
Balance is always amazing. I mean, I just use that as a general metric. It can't be that bad. Yeah, I'm down to try to balance. Revelark does get back Urza.
That's funny.
Yeah, I like Revelark or Glenalandra Archmage or Ancestral Vision. Your choice of those three. Any of them are fine.
What was the third? Revelark, Ancestral Visions, and what?
Glenalandra Archmage. So it's like double negate.
Yeah, I like Glenalandra.
Okay. Mentor's nice, especially because there's signets. There's the artifact that's just draw 2. We'll take any legacy card.
That's correct. that's the default.
This pack's not particularly good. You can do some pretty cool things with Soulfire Grandmaster, like if we get Time Walker or Recall.
So you were gonna have us first pick this pile.
There's Repeal. Repeal's kind of cool. It's like Cryptic Command.
Is that what it is?
There's also Wood of Foothills and Needle Spires if we want more fixing. But I'm down to Repeal.
Say, knew it would wheel.
Yeah, let's take it.
Are you kidding?
I mean,
does it actually
if
do
you
anything?
want it, we could take it. I mean, I'd rather take like Vindicator, Wrath of God, or Eternal Witness.
Your call.
Make the Witness work, maybe.
Academy Ruins.
Yeah.
You like
We have Gideon and Academy Ruins.
Make the call.
You can do it.
What does this even do?
Great, we're taking it. You clicked on it.
All right, whatever.
Yeah. I guess Souls. You can choose. Yeah, Revelark. Yeah. I'm getting all the cards I want. That means we're doomed.
That's because I'm not taking them the first time.
See? You get it. Alright, how do you feel about our deck so far?
It looks like a steaming pile, but I'm guessing most cube decks that don't have power in it look like that.
Well, we can get scrappy, and that's what's important. So we gotta remember that we have Lingering Souls. For like when we're taking random dual lands or fetch lands. And might end up cutting the Witness, but the night is young. You can play Eternal Witness with Repeal.
Interesting.
Okay. Feels like Bribery can't be that bad.
Yeah, I would assume that's pretty busted.
This is also not a bad opposition deck relative to like how many creatures we have and we have Lingering Souls. So,
Opposition.
And I think it might wheel.
Opposition is
What?
a lot of clicking involved. That's a lot of clicking involved, and you can't see the screen.
No, we shouldn't have picked top then. We shouldn't have picked top then.
Don't worry, we're never gonna draw that card. We can shuffle it. We can shuffle it away with Urza.
I hope we get to bribe some good cards.
We didn't take any of the good ones, so it should help.
Well, you don't play in the pod though. You play against other random people.
It's true.
I
I know you like planeswalkers.
I do love Elspeth. Elspeth's probably one of my favorite planeswalkers. Elspeth and Ajani are my favorite planeswalkers. Which is funny. They're white planeswalkers, and like they're not blue, they're not red, but I just like them both a lot. Yeah, so probably Ponder or Manalik. Probably Ponder. Yeah, it's good with their Snapcaster Mage. The best Silver Gill Adept. Oh, take the broken card. I don't know what's called. The blue-white one.
This?
Isn't it like 5 mana, exile that thing, get a copy of it?
I've never even seen this card. What set is that from?
I don't know, brokenness. Like I don't know what the card is. I just know it's broken.
Duly noted. Yikes.
So we're not really like a Mirari's Wake deck with like big mana, but there's like Palikron in this, as like chat noted. But we can also like try to take Armageddon and just like play some creatures and then Armageddon. Take like Student of Warfare to have like this like scrappy plan. Take Iona if we can get like Burial Rights or something. I don't know. All of them are pretty weak.
Yeah.
But whichever one of those sounded the most appealing to you, you can take.
I don't know that we really have any early plays where we're reasonably going to be able to Armageddon someone.
So, do you want to take Student then?
Yeah, I'll take a little dork, yeah.
Hoo hoo hoo.
Yikes. That's a lot of good cards.
Which ones stand out to you the most?
I assume we don't really want to be playing red or splashing for this.
Yeah. I don't want to play the Planeswalkers.
So, these two and these two, I guess.
Oh, I actually can't see your cursor because of the blurriness. I need you to say the card. Sorry.
Hero Geist and then Council's Judgment is probably really good. And
yeah, I kind of like Gifts Ungiven.
I mean, are we going to have 4 cards that are
so you can build a gifts pile of Snapcaster Mage, Eternal Witness, and like
we have Snapcaster Mage. That's the piece I was missing. Yeah. Here's
and
another.
Now we can get Gear Hulk too.
Second Snapcaster Mage.
Yep. I thought about this. Probably just a Johnny Vengeance is one of my favorite planeswalkers, but it's gonna be really hard to splash. We just have to take Hollow Fountain, I'm pretty sure. Sorry, Johnny. Path, Heath, Avacyn, all are good. I'm trying to think how badly I want to play this Witness. Because if we just forego the Witness, then we could just take Avacyn or Path.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be where we are.
But I don't know. I really like the ability to like splash powerful cards, though.
Well, 6 seconds.
All right, take the Heath.
Take what?
Heath, Windswept Heath.
Just got that. That was close. More mana.
Probably.
More mana fixing or the wave, right?
Yeah, so we could take the Coast for being on our colors, or we could take the Temple Garden to help our green splash. We don't have that many double white cards. We have more double blue, so we're going to be playing more blue mana anyways. I'm down to take the... I don't know. Either one. They're both fixing. And we already have a Savannah, so I don't care that much. Helix is also one of my favorite cards, but not very splashable. So, I guess we'll play Limvala, yeah. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be things we're shutting off. I guess Kitchen Finks. Like, if we do play against Mono Red, we're definitely going to want that card. If we take Iona, we do have gifts. So, like, if Unburial Rights happens. Whichever one you like more. Yeah, I also like hero more. That was a test and you passed. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't judge you, but I do like hero more. Not a great pack. We could take the Maternal Witness. Have you ever heard it called that?
I don't even know what card you're talking about, so no.
Den Protector? It's
Okay.
it's a mom, so it's the Maternal Witness instead of Eternal Witness.
That's only a single green. Oh, that's so bad. We're not even sure we're going to be playing green.
Well, we can also take Brightling, just for like being beat downs.
Yeah, why not?
Or the Probe allows us to like plan our turns better, and we have Snapcaster Mage, so we get to Silver Guild.
I was hoping you named that. I was staring at the Broken Legacy card before it was banned. It's like, please say the Broken Legacy card. Please say the Broken Legacy card.
Nice.
Got there.
That's why I had to save it for last, though. I could talk about everything else first. I think this deck's shaping up. We definitely need more good spells. Like Mana Drain.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This isn't this isn't the correct art. I don't feel comfortable taking this card.
Yeah, I feel similarly. But yeah, we don't have any like big colorless payoffs, but even being able to play like, I don't know, like Gideon or something sooner. I guess we have that Iona if like we do get the Unburial Rights. But it would be pretty hard to have enough colored mana to make that work, but we'll figure it out.
Those are some good blue cards.
Yeah. It's getting a little bit blurrier for me. So it's Brainstorm.
Brainstorm clicks off screen.
Okay.
Grim Monolith obviously is good too.
I'm cool with Brainstorm. I think we just need more like just good early stuff. So is it Tithe Taker and Winds of Abandon?
Yes.
Okay. Man, you would be so impressed with my ability to decipher these cards relative to what I'm actually seeing. I don't think we want Teferi because we have a lot of high end. Marsh Flats is good if we want to splash green, definitely. And then just... This probably isn't a Gush deck.
Yeah, I don't think we're short on playables, so we could probably just grab the flats just in case.
Okay.
Nothing here is nothing there was really backbreaking.
The Winds of Abandon was kind of nice, but not necessary. And at that rate, I'll probably just table because every card I've wanted is tabled. I mean, I think one of the lands might be better.
Okay.
Like, I don't know if... Like, we don't have that much fast mana. We don't even have signets. So, like, I don't know if Rev... I love Rev, but I think fixing might be more important. So just whichever land you like more, I think I would take. Well, Mole Drifters and Shriek Moss. Ooh, I love Restoration Angel.
Same pack as Tundra, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we have to take Resto.
You want your Restoration Angel to have double strike?
No, I'm okay with Basalt Monolith. I guess Banishing Light for the sideboard. Or maybe even the main, I just don't know how much removal there is. Do we have anything good to Sun Titan back? Sun Titan's 3 or less?
Mentor, Snapcaster Mage. Yeah, not all.
Eternal Witness.
A decent amount.
Oh, Eternal Witness is kind of nice, but I mean, Fetters might be better. Fetters can stop planeswalkers. Alright, I guess we get fixing.
There's your wins.
Yeah!
There's the other land,
every,
too.
Every card I want just tables.
No, we can't play
The
all...
Incubation Druid actually might have been better than that land, though. But whatever. Doesn't matter. Nice. This is exactly kind of what I wanted. Obviously, I want a power or something, but...
Well, I never saw any of that, so...
Wait, is the broken card an instant or a sorcery? Oh, Day of Judgment. Nice. What is it called? Fracturing thingy?
Yeah.
Okay, chat says this is sorcery. Okay, so we can't Torrential Gear Hulk it, but we can Snapcaster it, so that's good.
This deck's got
right.
This deck's got 1-2 written all over it.
With that kind of attitude. Thanks. We'll see you later. Da Cedrus.
Oh.
Not you. I'm talking to chat.
Fair enough. Yes.
The only person that's actually listening to me.
Set is one of the best players on the planet. Have you
really?
Have you ever listened to the? I don't know if they only did one episode or if they did two. Have you ever heard of the Elo Hunters podcast?
No.
Yeah, he's an insane player.
What's his real life name?
I'm gonna screw it up. I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna have to. That's really embarrassing that I'm gonna have to actually look before saying that. In fact,
so the best part about the league is we can take as long as we want to build.
Interesting.
So the way I like to build my limited decks is actually a little different than.
There you go. I was about to say Cedrus because that's what his name is in all of the chats, but I know that's not right. So I was sorry about that, Ced.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Stefan. So the way I actually like to build my limited decks is I add cards to it instead of subtracting cards from it. Because a lot of people are like, okay, this is my 24th card I gotta cut. Okay. But instead, if you start with your essentials and then build up from there, it makes a lot more sense. So you're just trying to like figure out what cards you add to make a cohesive unit. So I would just drag all the cards to the sideboard. Just all of them. And we'll do the lands last, of course. Sort by color or convert mana cost, whichever one. And then I would just start by adding the cards that there's no way we are not playing, like 100%. Just add those first. And then it's like, given those assumptions, what complements it. Or I forgot we had balance. That's pretty sweet.
We don't mess with the lands, right?
Yeah, lands are just last. That's just a formality. Okay. This is also the part where it being blurry is going to be hard for me with the piled up cards.
Right,
so how many cards is this?
This is 19, so it's, and I'll read them off to you just to make sure there's nothing in here that I incorrectly assumed is a must play. So it's Probe, Brainstorm, Ponder, Top, and the ones. Balance, Snapcaster, Drain, 2. Although I guess Repeal should be over there too.
Yeah, that's right.
Mentor, Monoloth, and the 2 or 3 rather. 4 is Restoration Angel, Gifts Ungiven, Glenalendra. 5 is Revelark, Gideon, Muldrifter, Bribery, Fractured Identity, and 6 is Gearhulk.
Okay, and then what do we have in the sideboard? So we need to add 4 cards, right?
Yeah. So as far as the other color stuff goes, green is Fink's Witness.
Eternal Witness.
Yeah. Plow Hunter's Junk.
Well, Fink's is still white, but
True. So, Fink's Witness. Blue, the only leftover that we drafted is Urza, which is, I don't know. We have 2 artifacts, so it's going to make a 1/1 the overwhelming majority of the time. Is the secondary 5 plus the slight mana acceleration.
it might not be terrible, but probably not ideal.
Okay, so over here we've got a lot of weenies with Mother Rune, Student of Warfare, Soulfire Grandmaster, then Winds of Abandon, Disenchant, Banishing a Light, Lingering Souls, Fetters, Day of Judgment, Hero, Linvala, and Iona.
And we don't have any fetchable black sources, right?
No.
Like we have the Marsh Flats, but that would involve playing a swamp.
Correct, yeah.
So yeah, we didn't like pick that tomb or anything.
No.
Okay, so ones I'm considering are Mother Runes. I forgot what the other white cards were already.
Student of Warfare, Grandmaster, Disenchant.
Maybe Grandmaster. So you can play Grandmaster with like Probe, Repeal, and like Brainstorm. So like with Brainstorm, it's just like 5 mana Brainstorm, which is kind of cool.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a mana outlet while being like a lifelinker, which is just incidental against the red deck. So
Okay.
Grandmaster and Mother are a little bit up there for me.
Okay.
I don't really care for Student that much, but like if we have to, we'll play it. What else?
Disenchant, Winds of Abandon, Banishing a Light.
Winds I'm considering, along with both the Banishing Light and Faith's Fetters, I would also consider just having a removal.
Okay. Lingering Souls, Day of Judgment, Hero of Bladehold, Linvala, and Iona.
And then Hero I would kind of consider as well. And then
Okay.
Finks and Witness I also consider.
All right, so
How many green sources do we have? So we have the fetch land, the temple. Did we take Temple Guard? I don't even remember. No, we took Secret.
no. We have Okay, Flats can get it too. So we have 6.
Oh yeah. We're playing Witness. Get Witness in the deck.
All right.
Have you ever played Witness with like repeal effects? That's fun.
I should have taken that Sun Titan. That's all.
Yeah.
So, how many lands do we generally want to run in this kind of format? I know. I'm assuming it's not like traditional limited where you're on like 16, 17, or is it? Given the high mana costs.
No, cube drafts usually be like end up being close to that. So like we do have like Ponder, Brainstorm, Probe. So like playing 17 isn't out of the question, but I could see playing 18 if our cards are just so bad that we need to make sure we hit all of our land drops. I just want to make sure we're playing like enough powerful cards because like the opposite problem can happen where we just like flood out and don't have much to do with it.
Okay.
Which is why I'm considering like, yeah, maybe we could play 22 with Soulfire Grandmaster or something like that. Like just have more outlets for our mana.
Okay. So we can get two to 3 of these 7 cards so we can get into the deck.
Yeah, so we're at 20 then.
Yeah. So Soulfire and Mother were the first 2 you mentioned, but I think that was before we remembered Kitchen Finks was there too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's weird that like I almost feel like we might not be a good balance deck, but I don't know if that exists. Like I feel like you can always make balance work, but like we don't have a lot of fast mana. So,
Sure. Yeah, it's basically going to be a creature removal spell.
Well, also we have some card advantage, so it makes us discard. I think, as weird as it sounds, I think I want a sideboard balance.
All right. So that gets us Soulfire,
so
Mother, and Finks.
How many creatures do we have?
If we play all of Mother, Soulfire, and Finks, 11.
I don't know how good the Mother is. I think over Mother, I might want to play like Faith's Fetters or Banishing Light. I kind of want to have, or Winds of Abandon. Like I do want to have some sort of removal spell. Let's try Winds of Abandon. So like, it's an early play that can also be a mana sink. So it's 22, right?
Yep.
All right. So yeah, let's add the lands.
So we have to play all of these for sure, since we're on the witness plan and both of these.
And Blast Zone is a fantastic bet we can board in against aggressive decks. I like that we have plans against like aggressive decks. Great. Yeah, we're a little bit like short on counters, but we'll figure it out. We have a bunch of good haymakers. We have like the Bribery and the Fractured Identity. You can probably add just an even, like with the like post fetch lands and stuff, just whatever's like an even split of blue and white is probably fine. Because
There-
every opening hand, you're gonna keep, you're gonna mulligan almost every hand that doesn't have like both blue and white. I guess you could keep some blue source hands with like your 1-drop cantrips, or you could keep some top hands. But I want to be close to even.
Okay, for what it's worth, there's 7 white in here and 5 blue. I don't know if that changes the equation at all.
Yeah, that's fine. And that's how many lands? 8 lands.
Yeah, so we have 10 slots left.
So we get to play 10 slots.
Yeah.
So yeah, to make it even, if it's 7 white, 5 blue, then you can play 6 and 4, and that's even. So you can play 6 islands and 4 plains.
Yeah.
And none of the other ones. And is that 40?
It is.
All right. The last thing I want to do is, well, before you...
We can always change it, right?
Well, I would take a screenshot of it because we're playing Gifts Ungiven, so we need to know like what cards are in.
Oh, it doesn't actually save this somewhere?
Well, like you can go out of your way to go to collection and stuff to find it, but I usually just have a screenshot off to the side for the times that I'm gonna tutor.
All right, good to go.
Yeah, just in case we need to reference it. It's not a big deal. All right, let's go.
Do I just X out of here?
There's play in the lower left if you make it a little bit bigger.
It. There we go.
All right, so yeah, our deck's not fantastic, but it has a lot of cards I like. I hope we get to like Resto our Rebel Arc to get back Snapcaster to mana drain them or something like that.
It's being very strict. It won't let me move the cards around here.
Yeah, that's weird. I think it like locks them in or something. Play first. Crush them. Okay, well, we got
the old mana drain. No blue source. It's quality.
All right, this one has top. We could probably put back the Gear Hulk and just focus on trying to play this identity card.
You don't have any.
I like how I just referred to it as like the broken card. Like
we're just gonna draw a second island and mana drain them into a turn 4 Gear Hulk.
That's not even that good.
Shh. Shh. Fine.
I mean, it's either Gear Hulk or the Winds, but we don't have much removal, so it's a hedge. So, do you want to top on your upkeep or not?
I would assume no. We don't really have too many 2-drops. We want to be slamming, right?
Yeah, I feel like the upside of just like hitting an island and then maybe like they play a threatening enough card that we want to mana drain is like a real thing. And since we have like the second land rolled up, we can just like top on the end step.
We could turn their Llanowar Elf into a land. It's quality, right?
Yeah. Land or elf. We'll choose elf.
Workshop.
Man, if only we had... Oh, wait. This Mandarin's going to be great.
Maybe. You're assuming...
That or the Fractured Identity.
You're assuming we're going to hit a blue source. Oh my god, look at this mana. This is going to be a...
Wait, how many cards are in his hand?
3.
Wait, this is going to be a great mana drain or Fractured Identity or both. Alright. Let's spin it.
No blue.
Oh, that's not good.
So I assume at this point, since we just want to draw and play the Wildwood.
Yep. Hopefully it's something we can win some Abandon. Well, the only reason why you would want the untapped land is for the times where you think specifically you need to get the island underneath.
Sure.
From like topping, but I agree with playing the Wildwood.
Maybe their hand is just
this
all
is a good
mana.
sign.
Their hand is just all
imagine if we
mana.
got to... Yeah, we might just be able to kick Winds on him. Give him a ton of real lands. Wait, this is great. Yeah. Let's top. Yeah. What's the white card? I actually...
Restoration Angel.
Okay.
So, I'm assuming we just draw Savannah and put Snapcaster on top.
I think we want to draw Resto for the times that we just deploy Resto on 4 mana.
We don't have... Oh, okay, so you want that 2 down. Okay.
Well, so I want Snapcaster
on the bottom.
And then, yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Like, there could be a subset of times where they play a Planeswalker, and I want to tap my top to be able to, like, Resto, and then... And, like, this might even just stop him from attacking, too. If he attacks, we're not blocking, though, because he could just have a dead removal spell in hand. Oh, no, now he has double blue. That was the missing piece. Uh-oh. Whatever it is, we're not ready. What do you reveal?
It's Blightsteel Colossus.
Wait, we can wins that. That's fine.
Unless they're playing a giant walking ballista, but I'm assuming it's Blightsteel.
We can wins that too. Yeah, hopefully wins plus identity can stave us off of these artifact threats. Okay, it's definitely ballista if he had to undo that. Oh wait, okay, I guess not. Wait, so... Well, since he has ballista as backup, I think we just want to dig for the land and just hope that we can fractured identity him. So I think we do just spin top. Like we don't want to play Resto.
We don't have Resto in hand yet anyway. That was
we would have tapped top today. Like we would have tapped top to draw Resto, and then we'll replay top.
Yeah. Mole
Drifter?
Yep.
So what our plan is to Winds of Abandon this Blightsteel, then we'll have to Snapcaster Winds of Abandon the Walking Ballista.
And then we want Mole Drifter or Resto beyond that.
Probably... It's tough.
I think it's probably Restoration Angel, right? Because
yeah,
we can't really let them rack up any kind of incidental damage, or this ballista could kill us.
No, but it could be possible that we want to draw the Mole Drifter because the times that like under these 3 cards is the land, then we can like evoke and then like play land afterwards. So we know that like this turn we're playing wins, the next turn. Oh, so then we get to spin one more time? Okay, then it doesn't really matter if we know that we're winsing on this turn.
True.
So let's just draw Snapcaster, and then you can put the other 2 back in whatever order. Good thing we chose to play this Winds of Abandon. Would have died. It would have been really sweet if we drew a land, though.
Be funny if it's the only payoff in their deck other than Ballista and our Fractured Identity.
Is blanked.
Yes.
What's the other artifact?
Signet.
Okay.
So we're just gonna we're just gonna get ballisted, yeah.
So it's a 6/6 ballista?
Yeah.
Alright, let's spin that top.
How lucky do you feel? Do you want to ponder?
Well, no. We definitely have to Snapcaster wins. I know this is the type of card you're not used to casting, but...
Yes, I was trying to pick the target when it was the only target.
Yeah.
I was showing my skill.
You can just have 6.
He's not getting a land unless he stops on 1.
Yeah, he'll probably stop on 1. The point shouldn't matter.
I know you want your tea.
And the point's kind of relevant.
Yeah, but I mean, the times where he just needs more mana or like is able to play like a larger Hydra Crisis or something is pretty important. So we should be drawing Resto. Great. So,
You'll get your TV soon.
I kind of want to just play the Ponder. Like we're getting pretty behind on mana. Yay. What's the white card?
Monastery Mentor.
Also not great.
Yeah.
So yeah, exactly. All right. Yeah, this is my favorite part about Resto. I just love playing it as Shriek Maw. I'm just gonna get to eat a guy.
Value. Eating a
Yeah, like
1/1.
well, like a 1/2, but yeah, like and like I think I only blinked a Snapcaster Mage once in my life, like profitably. But I just love playing the card because it just kills them. Wait, we have Fractured Identity. This could be fine.
We'll see what it is.
Well, it can't be the Blightsteel because we RFG'd it or exiled it.
This is taking a while. Ooh.
Oh, the 7-10 split.
So do we just scoop and not show them the Restoration Angel?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have no outs to this. Yeah, you can just concede. Oh, man. All right, so against our ramp opponent, we only have one counter spell. So I think we need to go slight beatdowns. So I think we need to board in the creatures. So I want to board in, Steel of Warfare, not Mother Runes, but Hero Blade Hold. Limbala's good against mana creatures. What are the other cards? Sorry, I can't see them.
Mother Runes, Balance, Disenchant, Banishing a Light, Lingering Souls, Fetters, Judgment, and Iona.
Banishing Light can be good because it can hit the thing. Balance actually might be fine to wrath them, and we can discard some Mopey cards. That's fine. And then we can board out Gideon. What else do you think we board out?
This Grand...
Sorry. Another plan we can do is we can have Day of Judgment and Balance. We could just try Wrath their mana creatures because they seem pretty reliant on it. They didn't show normal creatures.
Yeah, they did have
I think
Tinker.
that plan's better.
It is, but it doesn't help with the Tinker plan, but it is decent.
So yeah, how about we address the mana creatures then? So we can play Day of Judgment, Limbala, Banishing Light. So we don't have to play the aggro creatures, but we can still play Limbala, Day of Judgment, Balance if we want. I'm not sure what to cut though. It's hard for me to see everything.
Grandmaster doesn't seem great here.
Yep, yeah, you can cut that.
Kitchen Finks matter here.
No, it's not a fighting matchup.
Yeah. Just one card. Repeal is not particularly great here.
You could bounce a mana creature, but sure, you can cut that. I'm easygoing.
I mean,
I'm just here to have fun.
I like Repeal. It's just all of these cards are good on some level.
Yeah.
That card just seems low impact. You're just gonna maybe stall them a turn on a mana creature and draw a card. Maybe that's worth it.
It's all good. All right, this sounds good. We get to lead on the falls and then play our Power of Blue cards.
Where's the Repeal when we need it?
It's okay. We'll just Linvala him, hopefully. All right, ponder, and then hopefully hit an untapped blue source. Man, first time using lumbering pulls. That was a pretty good ponder. So yeah, you could play the other tap land, and we'll be good to go. Yeah, hopefully we get to mana drain into Linvala with Mole Drifter if it's something big. That would be cool, right?
That would be pretty sweet. Fingers crossed for the metalworker. You know what's coming. I mean, we're getting tinkered here.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it does. We do have the answer on tops. It's probably going to be Blightsteel since we don't have a land they can hit.
Yep.
So this isn't the worst case scenario.
Yo, Winds of Abandon is so good.
We're ramping them again, but yes, it's better than dying. So yeah.
So yeah, island so we could brainstorm. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, it's funny that like the thing I've always been bad at in draft is there's tons of cards I want in my deck, but then I take them too highly as a result because I think other people will think like me. But you knew that the winds would wheel, so that's great. Yo,
did I know? Did I know that, or did I just take a different card? One or the other.
Really, both. How many cards do you have left?
3, soon to be 2.
Yo, this is gonna be good mana drain. All right, let's bad brainstorm.
Oh, you really wanted to brainstorm there? I didn't have that in me when we had a land drop.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I didn't do it.
This is a legacy. So like, no, like the problem is next turn if we mana drain something, then like sure we play Mole Drifter and Linvala, but then I would have already rather have brainstormed already. Like I might just miss a land drop.
Maybe.
What land is that?
Chaos Cradle.
Oh. So it just has mana?
See, now we're being rewarded for not doing anything.
Yeah, so, you're right. Let's brainstorm. Hopefully we hit a blue source.
Nope. Can bribe them.
Well, bribery's not even that good against them.
I mean, we can Sundering Titan 2 other lands away.
It also kills our planes, though.
We have 2.
I
we also don't know what else is in their deck. It's possible they have like a Sphinx or something like that.
I think we just don't have to tap out as long as we have mana drain, though.
All right.
I actually like just trying to like play resto and like play kind of fair for a little.
All right.
Yeah, like, yeah, I'm feeling good about our position. As long as he's not like sandbagging. Like if he's trying to 2-spell turn us, obviously it looks terrible.
Doesn't look that way. This looks like a ballista. That too.
All right, that's getting drained. Alright, I'm cool with bribing them now. So, I'm pretty sure Resto also brings it back into play under your control, right? Not its owner's control. Can you double check that?
Your control.
Yeah, so you can like bribe them for an ETB card and you could Resto it and then it'll trigger again and it's still yours.
That's kind of hysterical.
Alright, so yeah, let's bribe them. You're gonna have to read me some of the cards, but just tell me the highlights. I'm excited.
That's not a lot. It's not going to be a lot of reading. They have an Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunter.
Okay.
Seems to be a highlight. A bunch of mana creatures, the Elves, the Avacyn Spilgrim, the Walroots, the Walking Ballista, the Metalworker, and the only other relevant creature is Crater Hoof Behemoth.
You can also screenshot this, just that way we have like access to it later on.
We're gonna temporarily lose our deck screenshot.
You can
save
make
it,
a
I
new
guess. Fine.
one. Yeah. I'm all about the data. Like, one thing I do in actual limited is I write down literally every card my opponent plays. Every game. Because it's just free data.
It's true.
Yeah, so let's take Ulamog. So is there any way he could beat Ulamog? I didn't really check.
I didn't look at his list either. So should we just Lenvala here too?
Well, it's in the sniffing tool, right?
It is, but that's a lot of work to pull that back up. What is coerce? Oh yeah, he has answers. He has Karn liberated, and I think coercive portal. Is that a wrath effect?
No, corrosive portal's the draw 2 for 4 artifact. It's just a personal howling mine.
Okay, so it's just Karn liberated then, I think.
Okay, and then can I see his mana?
He has plenty of mana.
Well, I was just trying to figure out if like Limvala takes him off a bit.
Takes him off of it a little bit, yeah.
I mean, it looks like Limvala is still just our play. Because the times where he plays Karn Liberate off the top, we need Limvala to be able to kill the Karn. Like, we can't leave up Resto or anything, so...
Do we play Resto 2 now, then?
Wait, we have enough mana for that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, do that, too. Yeah, the blurriness is... it makes it tough, but I guess I could have just done the math. You could just hit now. We don't need to risk Moto bugging on us.
It doesn't seem to... Okay, yeah.
So one thing that's funny with Resto is back in the day when people would play it in like Delver with Geist, people would play Phantasmal Image, and it would be their only like non-angel. So then when they play Resto, it targets the image, even if you want to say no.
Nice.
So then they would kill their own thing. Can you bring up his deck again? Is there anything that we'd want like repeal or balance or something for?
I mean,
so the problem is he did show a bunch of artifact mana, which does make balance bad.
Yeah.
But
so...
it does seem like our wrathing plan is not that bad.
No, it seems like just the 4 big creatures are and the big planeswalkers, Tezzeret, Karn, and Karn.
Which Tezzeret is it?
The Seeker.
Okay.
So, more mana.
Okay.
Plus a tutor for Ballista.
We could board in Disenchant. That kills Walking Ballista and the Coalition Relic.
Also kills the Metalworker and some other big mana generation, yeah.
Glenalendra addresses some of the payoffs, so I guess we'll keep it in.
Yeah.
Who's bad then? What do you think?
I don't know.
Mentor's not fantastic.
Mentor's not very good. The Gear Hulk is glacially slow. Feels like we're either going to be winning the game if we survive to the point where we're casting Gear Hulks and Gifts Ungiven and stuff like that. We have a lot of slow cards. So it feels like we could trim something.
I do like Gear Hulk, feel like turn in the corner. Maybe Gifts might not be good enough. Well, let's see. Gifts can get Day of Judgment, Winds of Abandon, Snapcaster Mage. Okay, there's a good Wrath package, so probably don't want to cut that.
Just want to do we can just do the Mentor, and that gets us there too.
Yeah, let's do the Mentor. Like, it just thinks that we don't have a lot of counters, but I still do like having the Gear Hulk for like Gifts Ungiven packages and stuff like that.
Whoa.
Well, that's a mulligan. It's better. I want to keep the Banishing Light. I know that.
Monolith or Gifts, right?
Yeah. I think it might be... If we're putting Monolith on the bottom, it makes me question if, like, Monolith is even good in our deck.
I'm not sure it is.
Yeah, we can fix that for the next game. Yeah, I think it's Monolith. You get to cast a nice Legacy Brainstorm there.
It's true. It's assuming we're not just getting tinkered again.
Ooh!
If we don't get tinkered, we're in better shape. Do you wanna combo Brainstorm again, or are you? All right, good. We survived to the mana drain turn.
We have our land drops rolled up, so we're okay. And now we have a payoff. All right, yeah, you could play the island and pass. So if we get to mana drain something decent, we get to Gifts Ungiven and cast Revel Arc, and we can just gifts for 4 creatures that Revel Arc can get back.
Well,
wait, how many cards are in his hand?
3.
This is not a bad scenario. I was trying to think if we want to brainstorm. But...
yeah, I refuse to brainstorm before we have to. you're just gonna need to adjust to that mindset.
Yeah, that's fine. Like it's just scary for me on limited when I might like miss the land drop. Because like we can't commit the blue mana on our main phase because of mana drain.
Well, we had the 3rd land drop there, so we weren't going to miss a land drop. Yeah.
Well, it's like on this turn we wouldn't be able to brainstorm with like other things, but this is going well. If we like draw Wrath of God, we're like a Day of Judgment, we're actually really far ahead.
So I'm of the opinion that we could just untap again. Would you like to?
I think we can too, especially with the mana drain. And like now we're playing Island, so we can just brainstorm with the mana drain.
Oh, now we have an end of turn play too.
Yeah. Well, that involves cracking the fetch though. but I do like applying pressure at some point. But we're not eating this with our resto. That's too risky.
Is it though? They only have 3 cards. They didn't do anything last turn. They just swung They just swung with their Metalworker. Like
they can just have like Karn, right?
Yeah, but they could have had that last turn. They would have had to draw whatever it is this turn, is what I'm saying. So we could literally eat the Metalworker, which takes them off Tinker entirely. And then they would have to play. Actually, I think they already played.
I feel like this is all just a ploy. I'd rather just take it and end up turn the resto, and then you can either leave back the resto or erase.
I'm calling that they have nothing, but I will go along with your read.
Yeah, well, it's just like they don't know how many counters we have, so they could just like have just one payoff.
All right, so resto.
I kind of want to. Yeah, I'm cool with playing resto. So we could get Savannah, play resto, and then the next turn we could play Gifts Ungiven.
Interesting.
Yeah. So now we get to choose if we want to race or if we just want to stay back.
I mean, they only have 2 damage here, and we're going to have follow-up plays either way. So I don't mind just pressuring them, considering now I guess we can answer multiple things, depending on how it plays out.
So yeah, you can attack with the rest. Yeah, so like ideally, whatever we mana drain, we can then have up Glendalandra Archmage, which is nice. I do want to brainstorm at some point, though. I mean, I guess if he keeps on doing nothing.
So are we gifting here?
Yeah, I mean, if nothing happens, we're gifting, definitely. Even if it's just for 4 lands. Yeah, like, he doesn't have any instant speed threats, so we do need to gifts. So the question is, do we want spells or lands? I kind of just want to draw 2 lands.
That's fine.
How do you feel? All right.
I think that's fine. We're really thinning out our deck of actual gas, and I just want to be able to cast
3
this
white
spell.
Sources and a blue source.
That's fine. Does it matter which ones?
Probably Plains, Island, Marsh Flats. Not the Temple Garden, because we need that one. You can get like one of the man lands. Yeah, 3 white sources just because we want double white for our Wrath effects. Yeah, just draw 2 lands sounds fantastic, and we get to deck then, which also isn't that bad.
Yeah, there's a very real thinning aspect here too, so that's
Yeah, like you're like thinning in your 60 card decks, so imagine them in 40 card decks.
Thinning 4 lands out of a 40 card deck's pretty good.
Yep. And then now we can get Temple Garden with this Marshmallows. Now we got the land. Okay. And the fetch land's great because we have Brainstorm, so.
Alright.
We could probably attack again. Well, so the question is like, what's our plan though? So one thing we can do is we can leave back the Resto, and the goal being to play Glen Elendra Archmage with mana drain up in 2 more turns, right?
Yeah, I think
because next turn we can play Hallowed Fountain, and the turn after we get to play Island.
Or we could just play the Island and do it that way too. We could just jam it next turn and have mana drain up. I think I like
Well, that's just mana drain up. Like, I'm worried about the 2 spell turns.
I don't think they have anything that they can cast at this point. They would have played something.
I don't think that's true.
All right.
I think they know that they can wait.
All right. Well, I think I don't like the idea of, if you think there's going to come a point where they could force us to mana drain, say like a Sundering Titan, and then eventually play a Walking Ballista and kill us from a low life total, I think it's probably better at a certain point to, since we have a pile of gas, I think just playing the defensive posture. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're going to win either overwhelmingly or lose to something really big, so.
Well, that's like really annoying. It's tough because like I kind of don't want to mana drain it, because like they could just have a better payoff. How many cards do they have?
3. I think I'm actually just okay with this.
I want to Brainstorm in response, and then we could put back lands, and then we have lands on top too, so we could like figure things out more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or we could just figure out what we want to do. Like, we probably want to put back the Banishing Light.
Dang.
Well, no, this is actually good. So when we get plowed under, then we can sack the fetch, and then, like, we're fine. Like we know we have enough lands in hand, so that's actually really good. So when we crack the fetch, we're probably getting, like, Temple Garden or Hallowed Fountain if we put it back.
Okay.
Well, we're keeping the Lumbering Falls most likely, so we're probably getting Temple Garden then. So maybe the Revelark and Island? What do you think?
Well, if we're fetching, we want to put the fountain back, right?
Well, so wait. Well, we're fetching for Temple Garden though.
Oh, not health. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got you.
Well, so yeah, I like this Linvala that we can set up too. So yeah, so we let this resolve, and then we'll crack our fetch and get Temple Garden. Any order. So one thing we're also allowed to do is we could just play Linvala, and he might just not be able to do anything with just green mana, right?
Temple Guard's not in the deck.
Oh, that's fine. That's Savannah. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, sweet pea.
So it seems kind of risky. So I am correct that Linvala shuts off mana, right?
Yeah. It
Not
is
just like misremember.
activated abilities. Yes.
Yeah. So I think, can we look at his deck list real quick? For like 5 green mana or 6 green mana, like what's the best thing he can do?
One of the Planeswalkers, one of the Karns. If they have.
Well, he can't do that on 5 mana though, or 6 mana. He only has 5 4s.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess the most devastating thing is
Like a Ballista on 3.
yeah, or Mind,
Yeah, so let's just play it.
or Mind Twist if they have a black source. But actually, I don't think they. So if they had exactly Overgrown Tomb and Mind Twist, they could Mind Twist us.
I'm not worried.
Okay.
Like I guess the worst case scenario is Tinker, But if he plays Tinker, then we have Banishing Light, but he would kill both of our white sources.
Yeah.
I'm not that worried. I would play Limbala and attack.
And attack?
Well, yeah, we have a Limbala on defense.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I also can't see our clock.
We have
how are
five.
we doing there?
We have 5 minutes. This is game 3, so we should be okay.
I'm not that worried.
We're either going to lose to a Tinker here or or a Mind Twist here, or we're probably going to take over the game.
Even Mind Twist isn't terrible. Okay. I mean, yeah.
All right.
That's funny. Yeah, just like Lumbering Falls, and then I think we can just attack with both, and we can disenchant the Signet. And like still have out mana drain, so it's just not a big deal. Not with the Hollow Fountain. Not with the Hollow Fountain. Oh, sorry. Unless you were tapping both the duels. I was gonna tap Savannah Island.
That's what I was
doesn't
doing.
matter.
Yeah, I guess that's
Sorry.
technically better. Yeah.
My bad. I just assumed. All right. I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether or not he had a payoff. We beat him anyways.
Hey, the game's not over yet.
Well, that's a good way to lose. Yep.
I feel bad for the
It's
opponent.
also a very satisfying feeling that like you can just win a game with this counter that you chose to never play. Like
We're going to get to play it now. Here comes the Crater Hoof.
yeah. Yeah, nice. Hopefully it doesn't have Veil of Summer.
It wasn't in the list. We saw the list.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's true.
They just disconnected on us.
Yeah, that's pretty immature.
Well, to be fair, I was actually going to mention that before their last turn, that I feel kind of bad for the opponent because we've been talking through all of the lines, and I'm not used to cube or the mechanics of a lot of these cards, so they are way ahead on clock, so I'm guessing they're kind of tilted that they lost and had to... We took an additional 12 minutes, so I believe they're taking their time back now. So it's story time with Mr. Sukenik again, apparently.
Yep. I am going to have to use the restroom real quick.
Oh, feel free.
I'll be right back.
I will do the same while you're...
But control expert Jonathan Sukenik. Just saying.
I'll be right back.
No sound. No sound. I've been talking this whole time without sound. Jeez. Can you hear me now? Blah, blah, blah. Can you hear me? Maybe? No? I'm on? All right, cool. So, all I was trying to say was no matter where you are around the world, thanks for tuning in. In general, we'll be playing the last two games of matches of this league definitely. And if you're not already following Tom on here and on Twitch, Twitter, be sure to. He's a great guy. I've known him for a while. We met through Legacy, and the Legacy community is important to both of us. So it definitely helps building the connections by just doing something that's free. Just following on social media. You can also follow myself, WatchWolf92, on any form of social media. And yeah, and happy holidays to everyone. I'm really glad that a bunch of people are tuning into this. It's been kind of like years since I've streamed in any kind of serious sense, and hanging out with Tom here really sometimes makes me wish I came back to streaming. There's it's like pretty tough sometimes, like between me commentating for the LPL. It was my second time doing commentary, but I did it pretty much every week. I gained a huge respect for just doing commentary, and then doing this here with Tom, it gives me huge respect to people like Caleb and Newmod and all these people that just stream a ton. It's really tough. It takes a lot of energy. And I'm actually like a pretty introverted person. Like hanging out and talking takes a lot of energy from me. I get very tired afterwards, but I just love interacting with people and hanging out with friends. And like I said, Tom's a great guy, so I'm more than happy to hang out with him. And chat's great too. I like any form of chat participation definitely helps the streamers a lot. So it definitely makes me want to chat more in other streams, because I know that like me doing this with Tom, like any amount of things people are able to add through chat definitely help. So I want to be able to provide that for other people when I'm watching their stream as well, instead of just lurking. Yeah, wrapping presents. It's important. I'm like pretty bad with presents. I spent a lot of my early life just not giving presents to people, from like a pretty bad mindset of just like, I can't give them something that they wouldn't already want. And like it doesn't really like change our friendship or relationship if I like get a present, but then give them a present. But then I realized like in my teenage years that that's just like really foolish, and it means a lot more to other people to receive gifts. So I do a pretty good job nowadays of getting gifts. I worked pretty hard on getting my older sister a gift. She does a lot for me, just being my older sister, and I try to spend a lot of time like working on presents for her, and then still trying to figure out something for my little sister. But luckily Hanukkah has 8 days, so I've some time to stall before I guess the deadline of the 8th night of Hanukkah happens. But yeah.
Nice. Do you have a family gathering on that night?
Do you guys have any cool holidays, like traditions you guys like to do? Like we usually hang out with like family friends and stuff like that. Oh, looks like we're back. We're back? We're back?
We are, and the clock ran out on the opponent too.
Nice. All right. We win on all fronts.
There we go. So do you have a family?
Well, at least we got the win that you wanted. So now we can lose the next two, and then everything's fine, right?
Exactly, yeah. 1-2 is the expected outcome.
For you. For me, it's 2-1.
2-1.
50-50?
50-50? We got a shot.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny how like just a bunch of marginal late picks is what allowed us to win though. Like Linvala wasn't a very high pick. Winds of Abandon, like Mana Drain was like a pick one, but like, or was it a pick one? Was it pick two? I don't remember.
I think it was 2. Not 100% sure about that though.
So it's tough. Like our deck does kind of want a lot of lands, but I don't know. I feel like they could just do a bunch of broken things to us. I kind of want a mulligan. All right, that's better.
We have our best card.
Yeah.
Winds of Abandon. So
I kind of want to put back the Archmage just because we have a lot of 4 and 5s in our deck.
Sounds good. So we just hard cast Probe here.
I guess we could hit top, but I don't mind playing turn 2 top. So yeah, I like hard casting Probe. So Rogers NA, if your primary way of showing appreciation for friends and family isn't gift giving, how do you like showing appreciation then? I actually just can't see these cards.
So it's Wormcoil Engine, Sword of Fire Ice, Gideon Blackblade, Devoted Druid, Forest Savannah.
Wow. I don't think we could beat Gideon Blackblade. Luckily, he doesn't have double white, though. So he has Wormcoil Engine, Gideon Blackblade, Forest, and what was the other card?
Sword of Fire Ice, Savannah. Oh no, he played Savannah. So Unknown and Sword of Fire Ice. Okay. So guess played Hallow Fountain untapped pass.
Yeah, and then we could just try to bribery him next turn. It's a good idea, Rogers NA. I like buying gifts for people that. So when you were off, I was just like talking in a very general sense about like how I try to get gifts for like my sisters and stuff like that. Yeah, we just drained this and bribe him. So I was kind of talking about how like when I was younger, I didn't really buy gifts, but then when I got older, I realized the importance to them.
Okay.
So then I like proposed it to chat, just like how like how you like to, you know, give gifts or what traditions you have and stuff like that. Probably still just bribing him. Yeah, I think all those are really good ways of showing affection and stuff. I've definitely lost a lot of time that I don't necessarily regret, but I can't read half these cards.
All right, so there's
a
lot of really good creatures. So some of them I don't even know what they do. The biggest one is Emrakul, the Promised End. Then we have Brimaz, Gonti, Questing Beast, Ravenous, Chupacabra, and then some mana creatures and Night of Autumn.
Let's take a screenshot of his deck. Yeah, with gift giving, I just like giving things that remind me of a time that we shared together. It doesn't even have to be expensive or anything like that.
I'm assuming
like a lot of the gifts.
Go ahead.
Like probably just Emrakul.
Yeah.
Like it only dies to the Choop. So like with my older sister, the gifts I try to give her and the gifts that she's given me in the past are just things that we like have shared together in our like childhood or like our experience together that means a lot to us. And like a lot of the gifts end up just being like fairly inexpensive, but like having just like a huge amount of memories associated with them. So I tend to just like giving people gifts that are just tied to them, like experiences that we share together. Do you feel similarly, Tom?
I do, yeah. Yeah, I was very against gift giving when I was younger too, but I think it varies person to person.
Mm-hmm.
So when do you... Oh, never mind.
So I do think Chupacabra might have been his only answer.
There was a Liliana's Triumph, but that's not going to work if we just jam Kitchen Finks here.
Yep. And then I'm not really worried about Sword of Fire and Ice if we have a Finks in play. So yeah, let's just promise his end. I'm glad that we get the screenshot of the deck too. I love that type of stuff. Yeah, my mom was like pretty into like giving like a lot of like life advice and like kind of just her general like opinions, I guess, or stuff. And one thing she told me when I was younger before, oh, we gotta do the sideboarding first. Can we bring up his deck again? Does he have a lot of mana creatures, or is it just like a bunch of like good cards?
The Druid that we saw plus Wall of Roots and Catarid. So 3 accelerants.
Not that much. What non-creature threats does he have besides Gideon Blackblade?
Elspeth, Garrick, Ugin the Spirit Dragon, Vraska, and Vivian. So 5 walkers.
Okay, so he actually has a lot of walkers. And so I'm trying to think if we want like Day of Judgment or if we need like Hero Bladehold type of things. Like, I want to think how we want to address the problems that he's presenting.
Sure.
What answers does he have to Face Fetters and Banishing Light?
Night of Autumn.
Is that it?
Gonti could theoretically grab something out of our deck.
And Ugin the Spirit Dragon.
And Ugin, yeah. Actually, what is Vraska? I'm not sure what Vraska does.
Which Vraska is it?
Golgari Queen, the 4-drop.
That one kills 3 or less. So I think that's enough for me to just want maybe Fetters and not the other one, not Banishing Light.
Okay.
Disenchant's not very good. Limbala is just very okay. Hero Bladehold is good at pressuring Planeswalkers, but... Oh yeah, we forgot to take the Basalt Monolith out of this deck. We can do that now. Student of Warfare is actually not terrible for pressuring as well. What other things do we have?
Lingering Souls, Linvala. That's it as far as pressure goes. Mother of Runes.
So we could take out... Could take out Repeal again. Mentor is actually going to be good this time. That's nice. I do want the student in the deck, definitely. Hero, I'm like on the fence about on the draw, but I think it might be good on the play.
Well,
is there anything that stands out to you to cut?
No, that sounds fine. We can reconsider Hero for game 3 if we're on the play.
So you want to cut Repeal, was it?
Okay, yeah, that's what I did,
yeah. Okay, cool. I like it. So turn 3 Emrakul. Pretty cool, right?
I think there's a extremely high correlation between when we cast Mana Drain on time and when this deck wins.
I mean, 40 card decks are great, right?
Yeah.
All right, this hand's great. We have Ponder to fund turn 2 Mana Drain, so... The best part about playing Bribery after we screenshot the deck is we can actually determine what's in their hand. So if we know that they have Chupacabra, we can get a different card. Oh, top with Fetchland is kind of nice. So we could like draw the Gideon and leave the top on top. Just in case he like plays a Thoughtseize type of card. Not
Makes
that
sense.
he wouldn't take Bribery, but if we want both. This is kind of scary from us being behind, but the nature of being on the draw. I kind of want to... Oh, I guess if we want to play Fangs, yeah, this makes sense. I was trying to figure out, like, if we want to play the island. But I forgot that we have Hollow Fountain in our deck, too, so we can always, like... It's not a big deal. Okay. That one's annoying, but... Okay. It's not the worst.
Oh.
At least we have Kitchen Finks.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, F6.
Sorry, don't worry about it.
So do we just want to Fountain into
Probably
Finks?
play the Fangs. Well, the question is, do we feel like we really need to find Mana Drain? Because like he's gonna play a big spell next turn.
Yeah.
If we feel like we really need Mana Drain, then we just have to play the fetch land and pass.
Dears, I have to go upstairs. I'm sorry. I can't be there.
Or because we know the next card in our deck, right? Or no, we drew all of them. It was Savannah, Gideon, and Top from the Ponder, right?
Correct, yeah.
So I guess you could just play Island Go if you're fearing a big thing and feel like we have to Mana Drain.
Yeah, I don't know if the Finks is really getting us anywhere anyway versus the 3/3s, so
yeah.
Preserves the life total,
like,
but we're certainly not going to pressure any of the walkers through what he has.
Mm-hmm. It is tough though. Like yeah, we're kind of taking like 6 extra damage by not playing the Finks.
A lot more than that now.
You can activate the top there though, like to have the option to Mana Drain it.
True. We didn't board in Disenchant, did we?
No. It's okay. At least we know our Finks is good next turn, and our Gideon is like also pretty good at blanking swords for a while. So this should be like we should be good for the next few turns depending on what he does here. So he's playing a 3-drop. Knight of Autumn? That's weird. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. All right. You want to activate top in response there too.
Why? It's Mana Drain is not there. I just have the sense. Mana Drain's not there. I just have the sense.
Okay. Well, now I kind of wish we played the fetch land.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if that really matters.
Yeah. Yeah, you can just get a plains and then play Finks. Alright, take it back. Maybe we do need to have Banishing Light and Hero Blade Hold. I think we do, on the play at least, need to be able to pressure these Planeswalkers. So we could board out like Gear Hulk and maybe even Revel Arc. Maybe. Maybe on the Revel Arc, definitely on the Gear Hulk. And maybe Gifts is too slow. Like, I want to fight him by beating him down back.
So just chumping the sorted creature here.
Yep. At least we get to Bribery Emrakul.
Scarrick's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's why I really want creatures to pressure. Yeah. Yeah, definitely need an aggro plan here. I might even want the Limbala because flyers are really good against Planeswalkers. And like if we happen to shut down one of the mana creatures for a while, that's fine. Alright, so we'll top and then we'll probably end up just bribering the Emrakul still. What do we have?
Faith's Fetters, Muldrifter, and Plains.
That's actually not bad. I think. Because that means we can get Emrakul. And then we can Faith's Fetter the Ugin and Emrakul to kill something. Like with Gideon too, like we might be able to buy like another turn. I don't know. I think if there's a way we win, it probably involves something like this. So it's probably just... I'm assuming we're not dead if we just Bribery Emrakul. Like, he gets to overrun us, and then our Emrakul blocks. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So 9. Oh, that's still 12.
Yeah,
We're probably dead either way. But we get to see if he sideboarded too. It's all about the information. Is there no Emrakul?
They took it out.
Does it look like there's anything else different?
It looks like the only swap they made at first glance is Emrakul and Gonti came out, and Giver of Runes and Beast Within are new.
Okay. We could probably just concede then.
I've never bribed a Giver of Runes.
Yeah, you have to pay a lot of money for that giver.
Yeah, it's true. Wait, what was that?
Wait, that was the match?
No. I was just there we go. Your image,
Oh.
for whatever reason, was frozen on the screen on the stream, so I unfroze you.
Yugi.
Now you get to move. So,
Okay, so
Linvala,
yeah.
hero.
Yeah, Limvala, Hero, Banishing Light. I mean, let's see if they have Beast Within. I don't know. I want Repeal on the play because we could just like bounce a Garrick token or something like that.
Okay.
Take out. Glenelendra Archmage is actually really good against them because they have a lot of Planeswalkers.
Yeah.
Gearhulk, Rebel Arc, Gifts Ungiven. That might be it. Do we need to take out one more?
One over, yeah.
Soulfire Grandmaster is probably bad. Yeah, something like this. Can't be too wrong. Let's have mana drain this game at least. I mean, I guess we're keeping this.
Cards and spells.
This time I think we pay 2 life though. Oh, not like that. Well, I guess we paid 2 more life then.
No, we're only going. we committed to the pay 2 life plan.
Sure. I can't see all those cards. It's Giver, Plains, Temple. What's the other 3? Third.
Gideon, Elspeth, Devoted Druid. So Accelerant into multiple Planeswalkers.
Okay. Nice. It's gonna be tough. And the Giver too, so.
At least we drew our 6th land, so we're good to go on that front.
Well, then we could win to abandon them. So.
It's true.
Okay. Maybe Emrakul's in their deck now. Yeah, might as well ponder. What's the top card?
Faith Spetters.
Alright, that's good at answering Planeswalkers. So, yeah, you could draw either one and we'll draw the other one next turn. Play Seachrome Coast. This isn't terrible, actually. So we get to snap Ponder. Man, Limvala can be very good against this opponent. So hopefully they play Elspeth that we could face Fetters.
Oh, I have to let that resolve.
It has resolved.
I have to let it resolve first. This is skill.
I think we actually shuffled that. Okay. Well, that's not terrible. It also freshers Planeswalkers.
Not very effectively through Giver of Urns.
It's fine. I mean, we get to Fetters this one. I like the sideboard plan coming together at least. It'd be funny if we end up like just bribering for a Gonti and then Gonting like Ugin the Spirit Dragon or something.
They took Gonti out.
He knows too much.
That was the second cut.
Oh yeah. He could be back for game 3. Who knows? It takes a lot of commitment to do that. To just be like, oh, I'm just gonna make a bribery bad.
Oh, when you single-handedly lose to bribery in the first game, I can understand being a little scarred. That's really bad for us.
Yeah, it is. Don't worry. We'll I don't know. We'll figure it out. We're just on pace for that 2-1, so it'll be okay. It has what ability now? Oh, +2/+3 and flying. Never mind. My opponent has the deck that I would want. It has a bunch of planeswalkers.
We took Gideon.
All right.
So bribery here and probably get a questing beast. Yeah.
Play the planes though. Okay.
Yeah. What's the reasoning behind the planes when we already have 3 white sources?
You have Student of Warfare.
True. On the on the off chance we draw exactly another white source. So this is.
Wait. Well, like it does change it like over time. Yeah. What does he have?
Oh, he did put Gonti back in.
Is there a questing beast though?
Yes, there is a questing beast. I was just reading Gonti.
His planeswalkers have like 1 billion loyalty though, right?
Yeah.
Can you move this library screen?
6 and 5.
I mean, that still might be worth it. It is a plan. I don't think we have a much better plan, so I think we gotta take.
I can't even see it. What's the power toughness of Knight of Autumn? It's 2/1, right?
2/1, yeah.
So they can't technically block it with anything.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, let's just take questing beast and
start pressuring stuff.
Yeah, so you get to attack them with questing beast, and then you get to deal the damage to probably. Wait, can I read questing beast? It prevents all creature damage, right?
Can't be prevented. Well, so yeah, so Snapcaster can attack too.
No. It's better than that. So you get to attack him, use questing beast to damage the Gideon. Then I think Gideon also prevents damage to himself. It doesn't give it like any other like weird thing. So then you get to block with your Snapcaster Mage on the Gideon if he allows it with Giver Runes, and it will actually kill it because of the questing beast. And like Giver can't stop it either if he allows you to block.
Okay.
Assuming he doesn't give it +2/+3 flying. But I still think you.
So we're just swinging with the beast.
You attack him and redirect to Gideon.
And leave Snapcaster back. Okay.
Yeah. I was actually talking to one of my coworkers about how like damage not being able to be prevented and Gideons and just how funny it is. So it's funny that
could come up here. So we're doing it to Gideon?
Yeah, I think it's our best shot at victory because I think Elspeth ults on 8, so it's like still a little bit away. Like the most likely scenario is he just jumps the Gideon with Elspeth, but that still involves just like killing Gideon. Like we kind of just have to. So like so the reason why like playing the planes is like relevant is because next turn we might have to play Wildwood, and then now we have 1 less planes to put into the student, white source to put into the student.
Okay.
Where like this just every white source matters for the level up mechanic. That's okay. We're definitely behind in this one.
Interesting.
Okay. It might happen. It's fine. Wait, can we read Gideon? I just want to double check. Does it say it prevents damage to it?
It's indestructible. Prevent all damage that will be dealt to Gideon during your turn.
Yeah. If it prevents the damage, you can block with Snapcaster, and even giving it protection won't help. So yeah, block with the Snapcaster on the Gideon, and it'll die. As long as the questing beast doesn't die. So.
If the questing beast dies, we're losing the game, so I don't know that matters.
Yeah, look at that. It's all up here. It's like J.C. Penney. It was all inside. That's Incubation Druid.
Yes.
He doesn't have enough to level it up, which is kind of sweet. All right, you and I both know this is a main phase brainstorm. Looks like the Student Warfare might have mattered.
It's the only hope we've got.
Well, for the student, how much do you have to pay to make it the second level?
Just 2, so we have that.
Okay, that's good.
We have
So
next turn too, because it's 7, so we can make it mid-level this turn and then all the way next turn.
Yeah, and all the way is just 4/4 double strike, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so just put back like 2 islands, and then we could play Wildwood and Student and level it up twice. And then we attack him with Questing Beast, and you know the drill. The only problem is this Incubation Druid becomes a 3/5, which gets to block the Questing Beast for 1 turn, which is kind of annoying. But we finally have a plan, at least. But drawing 2 blanks in a row is probably bad for us against the Giver runes. But I mean, once we make the student a 4/4, we have 2 different colors, and nothing is actually bigger than our 4/4s. So having 2 different colors and that flexibility can be pretty good. You said it's 7 to be the last one?
Yep.
Yeah, so that would involve tapping off of our mainland.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it could be possible. We get to see second main phase, and obviously it depends on what he does here, but if he doesn't have he's probably gonna have Incubation Druid block, because then he gets more turns with Elspeth. So the problem is, like, he gets the Giver to, like, he can give a flying, then use the Giver, so it's a tough spot either way for us. We actually might just be dead on board if he blocks with the Incubation Druid, because of being brainstorm locked. Oh, he just has Giver with Questing Beast, actually, or with Incubation Druid, so this won't even work.
It's just attack with the beast anyway, right?
Yeah.
Let's see what he
just
does.
in case he misses it. Yeah. I guess if we knew that was going to happen, we actually should have just animated. No. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we are supposed to just animate the Wildwood and then at least eat a token on the way. I don't know. It's kind of just unfortunate how the game turned out, but sometimes can't help but wonder if things could have been differently or different. Okay, we would have lost anyways.
I'm good
Yeah,
here.
I'm cool.
Yeah. That island coming off the top's not going to save us.
Yeah. We actually, like, kind of, like, came back into a game that was going pretty badly for us, though.
Yeah, it was a decent recovery.
Knowing the interaction of how Gideon's work was kind of funny, though.
I would not have known that. I would have just... You hear indestructible and you just assume combat damage is irrelevant.
Yeah, so, I was talking to my coworker about this, that, like, back in the day, a play pattern was, do you know the card Combust?
The red card?
Yeah.
It's like 1 in a red, the white creature effect, right?
Yeah, so it deals 5 damage to white or blue creature. It can't be countered and can't be prevented. So people would animate their Gideon Jura, and then you can combust it to make it lose 5 loyalty. Because the damage can't be prevented.
Nice.
Hand's good. I'm glad we didn't lose that game to taking 2 life for no reason.
Hey. I heard 2 life.
I'll be more specific next time.
All right, fair enough.
So, since we don't have many 2-drops, I think just the turn 1 top and then turn 2 Lumbering Falls is probably fine. Or is that just worse? Okay, yeah, that's just worse. Never mind. We could play turn 1 Lumbering Falls. Is that how it works? Yeah. Yeah. It's only better if you think he's going to have like mana leak, or if you were going to miss your land drop otherwise. But then you wouldn't have a decision.
We have a decent number of high-end spells anyway. If the mana leak goes out the door on the top, that's not the end of the world.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, little might he know, we don't actually care about this top.
It's not worth playing Plains on the off chance we draw Kitchen Finks, is it?
It's either Island or Savannah.
Okay.
Probably Savannah. That way you can activate top with the Savannah and then have Island up for mana drain. Maybe we get to Resto Witness this game. That would be sweet. Okay. I guess we're boarding in some Wrath effects.
What gives you that impression?
Oh. Goblin Rabble Mist.
All right.
All right. Come on, good top.
It's pretty good.
It's Mentor, Bribery, Brainstorm.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably just play Mentor next turn. Or, yeah, we have like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. I didn't even realize we had top with Mentor. That's kind of funny. I mean, odds are this dies, but
it's fine.
Then we just like resto next turn to trade with a Rival Master and then take it from there.
We can eventually witness it back anyway if we need to.
Okay. Or we can witness back the resto when it trades with the Rabble Master and then rested the witness. Man, I love resto. Man, if only we had a Phyrexian spell. And Rabble Master deals so much damage. It's kind of sweet. Yeah, remember when Rabble Master felt like a pretty powerful card?
Yeah.
That's what 3 mana used to get you.
Yeah, it's crazy. The decks that this thing was running, they seem borderline unplayable at this point. Like, you used to have all these draws where, like, against the Delver deck or against the Miracles deck, like, Chalice on 1 actually mattered. Or some of those hate permanents actually mattered. Now they just get Brazen Borrowered or Okoed, or like they have all these main deck cards that just erase your hate pieces.
Or like part of me doesn't even know if I want to play Grixis Delver because of Arkham's Astrolabe.
Well, Grixis Delver has been cleaning up the last week or so.
Yeah, I saw a Twitter post about it. That like it took like first, second, and third in the challenge and like all this other stuff. I just don't like playing decks when other people also like playing the deck or thinking it's the best deck. It's about being unique. All right, let's surprise.
See if this lives or doesn't get mana leaked.
Yeah, hopefully it just lives to die. That's step 1. And we got priority back. All right. Go get him, Resto. You're the besto.
We got some.
And we get to bribe him.
We got some of Rabble Master. Joke's on us. Like, the highest casting cost creature is going to be like a 3-drop goblin.
No, it's going to be a Consecrated Sphinx. All right, I hope you get your snipping tool ready.
We'll see if this resolves. I'm kind of confused as to what could
possibly
possibly
resolved.
Yeah, I guess it's just a little weird as to what could be in their hand.
Just more.
Whoa.
All right, snipping tool.
There's a Sundering Titan and a Blightsteel Colossus.
Colossus might just kill him.
So
it's actually kind of relevant. Can you just read me all the spells in his deck?
Spells are very limited, so they're all
like everything that's not a land that's here. I just can't see it.
Banefire, Control Magic, Dak Faden, Daze, Force of Negation, Oblivion Stone, Mana Flare, Show and Tell and Treachery. So they have multiple spells that could steal it back, whatever we take.
Yep.
Creatures are Artisan, Blightsteel, Deceiver, Emrakul, Glorybringer, Pia and Kieran, Sundering Titan, Thundermaw Hellkite, and Zealous Conscripts would also kill us if they drew that.
Which Emrakul is it?
The Promised End again. So 2 shots, and they have 3 ways to steal it. So I don't think that's the take. I think. Let's see.
So the problem with Titan is like it kills their Savannah.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like they have outs to anything that we actually take here.
Do you think any of them are better than Emrakul? Like Emrakul at least plays around like a Brazen Borrower from their hand. Obviously, they could draw into any of these cards and it's bad for us, but do you think anything's better than Emrakul?
Probably not. I mean, Blightsteel is the only thing that's close, but that's also 2 attacks because they have goblins to block.
Yeah, the only difference is that Emrakul doesn't force them to block.
Yeah, this will wipe 3.
This will
wipe 3 of their creatures off.
Emrakul having pro instance is not nothing though.
They actually don't have any relevant instance.
Well, like it would be in their hand, like that I'm worried about.
All right, we could take that.
All right, it worked for us last time.
It's our preferred take.
Yeah. It's like, imagine you play this cube in real life, you bribe your opponent, and you just say, you can just give me your Emrakul. It's like, you don't look at my deck. It's like, yeah, but I'll take the Emrakul.
The response was, oof. I missed that initially. Let's see if they draw. They have at least 3 outs that we know of.
Yeah, if we really want to spend the time, we can count his lands to see how many lands were in his hand.
Frost Titan.
All right, that's also an out. Jeez. We're the ones that should be oofing. Wow. I don't know if we could beat this guy's deck. It's just never going to untap.
Should we top during our upkeep or just plan out brainstorming after draw?
I'm pretty sure we have to brainstorm, and I don't even know what we can draw. But... yeah, I think we just take our draw. Yeah, might as well brainstorm.
That's classic.
Yeah.
Close on repeal. Not close. Not close enough.
Well, at least we get to shuffle. So you could put back the plains and the monolith, shuffle with the marsh flats.
And then top.
And then probe.
Oh, you want to probe?
Oh, no, topping is better.
I believe we can concede from here.
Yeah.
I mean, we could probe for life, repeal a goblin, and then top again.
Well, no, I value my time.
What? There could be a card third down.
You can draw the cards if you want your closure.
All right, there we go. Let's see those. So we draw 2 of those, and then it would be Mull Drifter and another island. We were that close. Yeah, this is gonna be really hard.
Let's get Basalt Monolith out of here.
So this guy's deck is very good.
All right, Mother Runes is really good against control magics. I want Disenchant is good against control magic. Linvala is good against his twin combos. and Arcane Artisan. Soulfire Grandmaster's bad again.
Do we want any extra removal?
The problem with it, did he have any bounce? He had O-Stone, which doesn't count. He has Dak Fade in. Just trying to think. Banefire. Trying to think if we want Day of Judgment. We probably do because he has Rabble Master, so just anytime it gets out of hand, we need Day of Judgment.
Another answer to Frost Titan, too.
Yep. How many cards do we need to cut?
2. So we have
Gear Hulk.
we have repeal again.
Yeah, probably. Well, no, it's good against control magics, and like it's good against the Splinter Twin combo. All right, revolutionary idea. Maybe we cut a land because we've drawn so many.
Incoming game where we lose because we don't get the
All
second
right,
white.
let's get to submit.
It's gone.
She's gone. She's gone. Oh, why?
Nice. So when do you have to go back to work?
Thursday.
Oh, that's not a very long break.
Yeah, I just have off like the bank holidays.
So we have manager, and I'm
seems good.
assuming we snap keep.
Yeah. I mean, those are really the only games we won, right?
Those are, yes,
Like-
the absolute only.
Like
games
everything
we
else is
won.
just fluff. Yeah. At least Glenelendra Archmage is okay against this deck. How about you? So you have off tomorrow and go back Thursday, or?
No, I'm off until Tuesday. I'm going in on New Year's Eve because we get let out early that day.
Oh, nice.
And then
Yeah, I got let out early today. I'm going to get let out early next Tuesday as well.
yeah, those are the best days.
Yeah.
So how does the
In
market?
fact, like, oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, how's the market actually work? They just randomly close it early on those days.
Yeah, they just close at 1. The bonds market closes at 2. All right. Oh, we draw land.
It's your
I
favorite.
guess that would have been a land, so it's only fitting.
Yeah, would have been a plains specifically.
Nice.
Thought that was a wasteland for a second.
Yeah, me too. I was getting scared.
There we go.
All right.
So the
So
question.
It looks like we could just
So the question
do
is,
gifts on turn.
yeah, we could do that. I was gonna say, do we just? The only thing they had that was really low curve that we really cared about was show and tell, right? Everything else was kind of a little more expensive.
Yeah, but he still has like X-Art combo.
Okay, that's fair. Mm-hmm.
It's like not even that good.
It's pretty good. Kills our Glenelendra twice.
Yeah, let's just mana drain it.
So what's the plan if we
Like-
do that though? We're gonna play our
Yeah,
own
so the-
Glenelendra and gifts.
Yeah. That leads to us tapping out, right?
Yeah.
Maybe just Glenelendra nothing.
That feels bad, but maybe.
Well, if we draw a white source, we get to play Gideon, right?
Yeah, maybe we should have let that resolve actually, because we could have just
Well,
winsed it, right?
I mean,
And left mana
assuming
drain
we
out.
draw lands, but we do get to like gifts for 4 lands. Then we definitely get to. He does have Days and Force and Negation in his deck, so. I'm a little bit wary of Winds of Abandon working, especially because you're going to pay extra mana for it.
True. So should we fetch a duel now or just wait?
No, you want to draw a white source for Gideon. Alright, just play Glenalendra and pass, I guess. Or, yeah. Like, well, wait.
Oh, sorry, I already clicked her.
No, it was my fault. I sent a pass. I forgot that we could just gift for enough sources that we could have Glenalendra up if we just gift for 4 lands.
Yeah.
Assuming that they're not all white. But, like, we could have made it, like, Marsh Flats.
Hallowed Fountain.
Well,
yeah.
but you don't want it to be a Hallowed Fountain because...
Then the Marsh Flats.
Marsh Flats.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's more likely to give us blue if we lead on the gifts. So, yeah, that's helpful. He has like 1 billion cards in hand, right?
4.
Yeah, all the better to repeal later. Yeah, that's fine. What a weird card to have in this scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love that card.
Hit him for 2.
Yep. Do you know what song I've had stuck in my head? It's
A Phil Collins tune.
Born to Be Wild. Yeah. Da 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 da.
That's an odd song. Where did you hear that?
Da, da. Specifically, have you heard of Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series?
I have not. I've heard of Yu-Gi-Oh! I have not heard of.
So it's like this guy that like takes the scenes and like splices them and like does voiceovers for them, and then in one of the scenes he just like, oh, that's great, just let it happen. It doesn't exile.
That's what I was reading to make sure there wasn't some trick to it. All right.
I do. Okay. I did want to crack my fetch though, just in case he plays like red source and then like I don't know. I guess sudden shock doesn't exist in this format, so it doesn't matter. So anyhow, he does like voiceovers and like points out a lot of like just like funny instances of stuff that occurs. So one of them, he just has like one of the characters riding a motorcycle and he's just like singing that song to himself. And then for some reason I just thought about it right now.
Nice.
Yeah, so I guess we could get Savannah because of Eternal Witness, which I guess we've just never cast this whole time.
No, not once. It was in our hand once when we won a game, so it was a supportive card.
And when we lost the previous game in this one, because we had Resto and Eternal Witness. But, yeah, one thing that kind of stinks about Limited sometimes compared to Constructed is days. That's fine. Is that, like, in Constructed, you could just play enough matches that you do draw your card eventually. Yo, the combo's all there. I think... I kind of do want a gift soon. I wonder... Like, he's tapped out. It might not get better. How many cards does he have in hand?
2.
Oh, so Hazardous can attack next turn? I think we might just gifts here for lands. And I don't even know how much I care about leaving a blue source up. I mean, he's pretty likely to give us blue sources. So you could probably get Temple Garden. Oh, never mind.
I'll take that.
Wait, what did he pitch?
Force and Treachery.
Wait, that's great for us.
Yeah.
Okay, so you probably just attack this turn then, because I don't think... Well, wait, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, I still do think I come to the conclusion to attack, but I like forgot we had Revlark again. But yeah, like the plans to Winds of Abandon this Hazoret, then that should be good enough. Yeah. I think this attack's fine. What's in our graveyard? We have Resto, Fetch Land, and
Mana Drain.
first card?
Mana Drain.
That's right. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. This is fine.
So take care of this now.
Yeah. We have to have top plus repeal to draw 2 cards.
Combo.
That reminds me of the old like Joe Lissette tricks where he would just like Caracas with Bedser with his top. Did he discard a land?
Yes.
Nice. Yep. And then we could play the top. I kind of want to spin top and then try to draw to hit a land drop this turn. I don't know if that's bad though. I guess that's just the same thing. Yeah, don't do that. You can just attack.
Oh crap. I hit the... Oh, look at that. I hit F6 and the Moto beginner's controls caught me and still gave me an opportunity to attack.
Oh no! If you F6, it always gives you combat.
Yeah, I'm just not used to that because I don't swing except when they die. They've already conceded before I get to swing, so...
Yeah.
Not familiar with the Moto combat attack step.
Yeah, that's fine. You need to get scrappy more.
I guess we kind of have to... They have a little bit of burn. Monitor the life total a little bit.
So time to top. Land.
That's a lot of land.
Yeah.
How many of these do you want?
I'm pretty sure I'm taking plains to start, and then marsh flats. So plains, marsh flats, plains, and then the plans to play Gideon. Now we can't even lose to infinite things. So yeah, plus on him and then attack. Oh, the most common thing I restoed besides nothing when I played a lot of like Resto and Jeskai was Gideon Jura. Your Gideon like goes to 1 from them attacking it so much, then you're just like animate Gideon attack. They usually take it because they're like, why are you attacking? Then you're like Resto plus on you.
Nice.
And now it's just like all the way back up to 8. Yeah. At one point I thought Gideon was a messed up card too. Like just the definition of messed up card has changed a lot.
It certainly has. So
Yeah, you can probably just like plus with Gideon, play Rebel Arc and attack, and then you still have up like Lenolender Archmage, and then the next turn we'll have up like repeal on our Lark and stuff. Because I don't want to get Hollow Fountain though, I'd probably fetch before playing the Rebel Arc. That way we can leave up the blue source. Because like we don't actually want to draw the planes that much. I feel like it's not even fair to call this one, like, if we win, I don't think it's fair to call this one, like, a win because of mana drain. It was just a counterspell like Henry P. and Kieran. We didn't really abuse its mana.
their draw's been pretty bad. They did us a pretty big favor, I think, when they chucked the treachery.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, Treachery's not fantastic against their deck, to be fair.
that's true. Oh, here comes something.
It's an X spell? Oh, it's tight.
Yikes.
Well, at least we could disenchant that. Like, we still just have Gideon Jura. Like, it's okay. And with this Lumbering Falls.
Lumbering Falls with about to be no lands to go with it.
Well, at least it's not another forest.
It's true.
Kind of. Yeah, I guess we still just Gideon plus. I mean, we could Gideon 0 to like almost kill him. All right, so yeah, we'll top, then we'll disenchant, and we could leave up this Glenelendra activation. I guess we could see if he had any spells that could kill us.
One off the top of my head is Zealous Conscripts.
Yeah, but that kills us anyways. Yeah, that kills us anyways because it takes the Gideon.
So Snapcaster does nothing here.
Yeah, you could just draw the Razor Verge. Because it'll come into play untapped, because we're going to disenchant the Sundering Titan. Yeah, so you can just use Plains Island to disenchant it. And then the Thicket will come to play untapped. Well, the question is, like, does he have anything that, like, deals 5? Because I kind of want to just animate the Gideon.
I don't
Because
think
he can, like, block with Mutavault next turn, and we can't stop that.
Yeah, I agree. I like making Rebel Arc a lethal threat. I mean, we lose the Zealous Conscripts, but I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Well, like, if we didn't want to do that, we could just not attack with the Glenelendra. Then you don't die to conscripts.
Yeah, I guess that's probably...
Let's do that.
There's no reason to do it that any other way, yeah.
Yeah. Because now his best play becomes, like, Zealous Conscripts, take Gideon, and just minus on your Rebel Arc. Which is, like, a lot more manageable. Alright, yeah. Definitely flooded. Alright. One more time, Mana Drain!
It's going to be close to decide who's right between the 1-2 and the 2-1.
Yeah. Let's see if there's any last-minute sideboarding things. We could take a repeal for the land. I mean, it was kind of relevant. We haven't Fractured Identity anything either. Get this repeal out of here. Let's play the land. I really just want to cast some of our cool cards.
Our opponents somehow enjoyed that game, despite flooding out badly. So.
I mean, that's just being a good sport. Like, in real life Magic, when I'm doing badly, the first thing I would do is make sure my opponent's having fun if they weren't, like, a miserable opponent. So,
I would say my experience is playing versus you. That would be accurate. You are a very...
Well, just because I spend so much time losing against you, that's why we're friends.
You have... No, you beat me the only time we ever played online. And everybody knows that online results trump real life results.
I don't remember. What was I playing? Was I playing Delver?
Yeah, I believe you are, yeah.
Yeah, nice.
I believe you are.
How lucky. Yeah, I probably was. Because that was back when I, like, kind of cared to test.
Kind of cared. What happened to you? What happened to you?
I don't know. I kind of say I haven't really, like, practiced or, like, done whatever for Magic in, like, 4 years, maybe 3 years. I just, like... I try my hardest, like, at the event, but I just don't want to spend a lot of, like, my free time playing Magic. Like this is fun for me and stuff, but, like, the actual grinding of preparing is just kind of a lot.
Yeah, I can understand that, especially if it's going to be a weekly thing. If it's preparing for 1 or 2 events, that's one thing. But yeah, if you're going to do it every week and consistently, like when you were on the PT and things like that, that's got to be nonstop, I'm assuming.
Not for me. I kind of just like got very fortunate to be gold at the time. I'm cool with keeping this. We have a shuffle effect. Yeah, like just qualifying for the first Pro Tour that like changed into a bunch of Pro Tours that led to me being like, or like just winning Moto PTQs. Like I just played the Moto PTQs because I didn't really have friends that wanted to hang out that were close to me, so I just would play Magic Online PTQs, and then like a lot of it was just happenstance. Yeah, like it was just very coincidental that I happened to reach any pro status. And like when I was like playing, so like at Pro Tour Dominaria, I was 3-4, and um, I kind of want to just hold on to the pro, but I don't even think it matters to play it. So we just play like thick at top. Like, what card can we draw that would make us do something different? I guess it's specifically if we draw Mana Drain and we see something great, but we know his great cards are like 4 and more. So yeah, I was 3-4 at Pro Tour Dominaria, and I need to X5 this Pro Tour, so 16 rounds, so 11-5 to qualify for the next to qualify for the next Pro Tour, else I'm just off the train. And then the last round for my win in, and I play against Ben Stark, managed to beat him. Then the next round, I only had the next day I only get 1 loss, which is only against LSV. But then I beat everyone else. Like I played against Wesco and like some other up and coming like pros. I played against like whatever. So then like I barely made it to the next Pro Tour, which is the Team Pro Tour, where all right, I guess we'll draw Island. Team Pro Tour, where so Heath, Crack, thanks. This doesn't look so bad. So then Pro Tour 25th, I end up being able to get gold, or else 1 point off of gold, and then just like I played a GP to get the last pro point. But like all that was just like happenstance. Like if it just all ended at Dominaria, I wouldn't have even been upset. I felt like I was even talking to my friends at that event that I felt like I want to take a break and see what I can do if I took all the time I spent in Magic and just funneled it into like a career or something like that, like seeing what I could really do with myself. So I'd probably say from what's the Pro Tour before Dominaria? Amonkhet. Yeah, so Amonkhet an hour, and then Ixalan. Yeah, I just like I don't know, life priorities. Like I kind of just viewed Magic differently over time, where I just love the social aspect and being able to compete, but I don't necessarily put in the time like training anymore. And I don't like expect a lot from myself as a result. I just in the moment really enjoy competing, if that makes sense.
No, makes a ton of sense, especially for, well, prior to this year anyway, especially for events when you do come out for the Legacy event where you have a grasp on the format already and know the majority of the interactions and cards, where you can just pick up your deck, tweak it for what you expect the meta to be in an hour, you know, like when you did with the one Philly event where you jammed extra true names because you expected they would be, you know, great for the meta.
I just hated losing to Stoneforge Mystic. I thought I had a good matchup. I clearly didn't, and I'm just going to play 4 true names. Yeah, that was right before Pro Tour 25th. That's how I came up with my list.
Yep. So make a handful of adjustments for what you expect, and you know you're still in good shape, even though you're not spending the time necessarily.
Yeah, I have noticed that like over the last like few months, even like I just see my play like declining though. Like I top 8 in my first Grand Prix at Pro Tour Richmond, which was actually pretty sweet. Or it's the first Grand Prix I top 8'd. This is also an interesting board state. So we have a lot of 4 drops, which kind of makes me want to pay life for this pro, but like I know he's also like a burn deck. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I kind of want information, but also the ability to maybe do something on top of it, because I feel like we can't just really sit back for a couple more turns while.
Yeah, and at the very least, by paying 2 life, that allows us to like spin top and evoke Mole Drifter, even if we just draw another land. So
yeah,
let's pay 2 life.
I'm also moderately terrified that they discarded Show and Tell with Dak Faden, so they have 3 cards that they're more satisfied with than.
I mean, it probably just means that they didn't have the payoff, and then why wait if you just have like spells that do something?
Yeah, I'm just saying they probably have 3 reasonable cards, considering Dak Faden will probably find the payoff in the near future. But yeah, let's just see what's up. That is
what
interesting.
What is it? I can't read it.
Mana Flare, Banefire, and Mutavault.
That's like perfectly fine. We can beat that. Okay. you want to spin top first?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Well, wait. Is it? Maybe it's not. If we're gonna evoke Mole Drifter anyways. What's the very top card?
Hollowed Fountain.
Oh,
So,
not ideal.
nope. So we could bait the Banefire if we want. If they're not already going to point at it. Because this isn't... Mentor's not really doing much for us unless we're going to like start cycling top. I guess we could do that.
I mean, I think we're just evoking Mole Drifter.
Alright.
Yeah, the conclusion I came to too late is that, like, too often we're probably evoking Mole Drifter. So we should have evoked Mole Drifter and then, like, activated top. It's stuff like that. Like, I would have known that if I played Magic a lot more actively. So it's like small optimizations like that I just like don't have right anymore.
For what it's worth,
I like definitely feel.
For what it's worth, I play a ton of Magic and I didn't catch that either. So
that's fine. Well, like I could have just thought about the curve of our deck. Like the only time we're not doing that is like maybe if we want to leave up mana drain or if we draw like Mother Bruins. Like, but all those times we're not really happy to tap the top. To like have to recast it later, so I like just should have known. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, so like I'm just like very thankful for a lot of like the opportunities I've been given, and it's nice that I guess you could say like on my way out of like grinding Magic. Like I used to play Magic while working like 40 hours a week still, like just every weekend and most weeknights. I talked to Edgar and like that's how he does it. He just like works his day job and then like goes home and like plays tons of Magic. And I just can't imagine doing that anymore. We actually might have wanted to tap top on our upkeep. But
okay.
Now, yeah, we can spin the top and then I can't read all those cards.
Disenchant the Fractured Identity we get to draw for the first time, and Snapcaster.
What's in our yard?
Probe's the only relevant card for Snapcaster. Heath and Muldrifter.
Well, at least we get to Fractured Identity this deck fade in and then discard these lands.
That sounds like a plan.
I think we might just need more material on the board. So I think we might just tap the top. Like, I think we want the top in hand anyways, right?
Yeah.
So I want to draw a Snapcaster and then the Fractured Identity. Okay. And then we get to play, like, Seachrome Coast as well, I think.
Do we jam the Mentor and just let it eat it, or wait?
No. I want to draw the Snapcaster.
Oh, off this. Okay.
Well, wait. But I forgot that we could just flash back. I guess our ordering's off then. We should have drawn Fractured Identity instead. Oh, we can still do that. So, like maybe we just play Mentor, and then on our upkeep activate top to draw the Fractured Identity to be able to take the deck fade in. You know?
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm not that worried about the clock. Or I'm a little bit worried, but not very worried. Yeah, it's fine. We don't need to attack Dak if we're gonna Fractured Identity yet. If you are ever worried about the clock, though, you can feel free to make plays without me rambling on about.
No, it's all good. I'm surprised my brain works at this point.
But yeah, I'm just like super thankful that like when I was starting to care more about my career and like friendship and like other aspects than the game itself, the game feels like it like rewarded me by like giving me like silver and gold status. And like I did play Magic for a long time, so it's not like I don't feel like I earned it, but I feel like a lot of variants broke my way for what happened to me.
Yeah,
But then, like, once I got gold, I was like, oh, maybe I could, like, pursue Magic full time or, like, really give it my all. Then they announced the MPL, and then that, like, took me from, like, the highest highs to just, like, okay, yeah, I am just going to focus on my career, and I'll just ride this out as long as they let me. So then, like, I just became very, like, detached from competing a lot. Oh, that's a lot. How much is DAC to Ultimate?
It's there.
Yeah, so it's like we need to fractured oh, wait. I think we can fractured identity the treachery to then take his Rabble Master to make a haste card. And then we untap our lands, then we can replay top. Wait, I don't even know. Something's gonna happen.
We're gonna do something.
Yeah, that takes it off of Ultimate. I mean, he might just have Exarch by now, but...
Alright, so...
Okay, so we need to upkeep top, because we have Snapcaster on top. Oh, wait, we also have Disenchant.
Oh, crap.
But...
Can I go back?
No, I wouldn't worry about it. I think we still have to fracture identity, though, because the deck's going to ult, and I don't think we could beat a deck ult. Alright, so land, and then what do you think? Do you think the deck or the treachery? Probably the treachery, right?
Yeah.
And just like hope he doesn't have a removal spell?
He has a Banefire in hand.
Well, that's a sorcery. Like, we just need to get the deck to not ult. That way we could Snapcaster, fracture identity the next turn.
Okay, so what are we going after, the Rabble Master then, or the treachery?
No, after the treachery.
And stealing the Rabble Master.
Yeah. And then we also get to untap our lands. So then we get a Lumbering Falls activation too. I hope this works.
Wait, what?
You need white mana. Maybe the clock is getting to you.
Something like that. Days.
You don't think that long if you have it. Oh no. I guess he does think that long. Oh no.
Hard cast, force negation.
I guess we attack Dak.
I mean,
No,
do
but
we?
no,
It's
you're
already a 3/3. And a
Yeah,
token,
you're right.
yes.
Never mind. Man. That was so cool though.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess it'd be...
they had an uncontested DAC from turn 3. It was, and their card quality was really high to begin with. I think this was kind of inevitable.
Remember when Dak might have been a good 3-mana Planeswalker?
DAC still is a heavily played legacy card in one deck.
In one person's deck.
No, that's not true. There are several variants of that deck floating around.
Of the Strifo deck?
Yeah. Edgar was running a version of it for a little while, right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
So it's got a GP top 8 in somebody else's hand. It's hard to argue with that.
Mm-hmm.
Strifo also qualified twice for the format championships. Hard to argue with that.
Wow. Yeah, stuff like that is great in Magic, when you can just do your thing.
Yeah, I love that deck. That's one of my favorite decks in the format. Just watching people try to play it and then watching him win constantly with it. And it just...
Yeah, I feel like if I were to play it, I would just screw up everything. I mean, there's certain like control instincts that are probably fine, but like... It's a lot. Like, I feel like fetching would just be very difficult.
Yeah, I've never tried it, so I don't know, but I know a lot of other people have struggled with it, so...
I think we can concede.
You sure? 1-2.
Alright, I guess you're right.
1-2.
But we were really close to doing something really cool there.
Yeah, I can see why people play this thing nonstop, because the games are all... Even with the power level of the cards, most of the games were interesting.
Yeah.
Which isn't always the case in some of the formats I'm used to playing. So this is sweet. You get to run some old powerful cards and still have interesting games. And I can't imagine playing so much that you have 37 undefeated trophies in the format, but you know, it's definitely a fun change of pace.
Yeah. Also, just like the fact that it only happens like so many times a year gives you something to really look forward to. So um, a lot of people are coming out of the woodwork to play this. Meanwhile, if you just had this offered all the time, I don't know if it would have as much as it does right now. Like people playing it, so
That makes sense.
they're definitely very smart about that, like limited offer type of thing.
Yeah, hit it up as much as they can, and then take a break, get everybody back into their normal formats. Hopefully, they make standard playable again for some people, and move from there. But
Yeah,
definitely. Because this isn't even the only cube, right? They do like 3 or 4 different cubes that they cycle, right?
yep, yeah. There's Modern Cube, Legacy Cube, Vintage Cube, Holiday Cube. I don't know. Probably. Sometimes they just have cubes that people made. So like I remember Overturf had a Grixis cube that was on here once.
Nice.
Yep.
Well,
But yeah, I guess it's time for us to close, right?
yeah. This is the longest I've ever streamed, so by a
Nice.
significant margin. Normally, I have back in the spring when I was doing it once a week, I would have somebody on, because I'm quiet and I need people that talk a little bit more to help prop me up a little bit. And
No, you're good.
we normally
Yeah.
do a league, but this was a league plus a draft, so that was pretty sweet.
Nice.
If it wasn't a work night,
Yeah.
if it wasn't a work night, maybe I could go a little bit more. But I know you value your time as you spent earlier, and I really appreciate it. I had a really good time doing this. This was the first one of these I've
Yeah,
done.
and yeah, no, I'm glad I got to know you better too. We definitely like see each other a lot and talk, but like just when you're kind of stuck talking to someone for 5 hours and 20 minutes,
It's a different level.
you know,
Yeah.
yeah, like I always felt like a lot of my like really good friends actually just came from being stuck in a car with them for 6 hours, and we just did it so many times that you're just gonna like learn a lot about each other, really like appreciate like the inner workings of each other. So I definitely felt a little bit of that here. So
Yeah, it's
yeah,
sweet.
it's nice.
Sweet. It was cool to hang out. I hope your holiday goes really well, and
Yeah, you too.
hope they let you out again as many days as possible this upcoming week or so. And
Yeah, no, it'll be fine.
hope
But
you're. Before,
yeah, and what's that?
I was gonna say before you go, man. How is the training working out for you? I wanted to get back to that.
Yeah, on stream probably can't go into too much detail, but pretty much, yeah, just like I switched careers to a new job, and pretty much there's kind of like a year long ish like phase where you're like ramping up and trying to pretty much just like see if you can get like the basics of the concepts, then like you promote to this like thing where it's like a 10-week like boot camp where you really learn like how to do the stuff. But the fundamentals that you learn before the 10-week thing is like it does take a long time to get ingrained. I'd probably say I'm doing all right. It's really tough. Like everyone in this program is like pretty smart, and a lot of them are right out of college. So me being a little bit older has a little bit of a disadvantage in that regard. But I've also like worked other jobs before, so I'm used to like working in the workforce. So that kind of helps me. But really, I really like my company a lot. I like the environment, the culture. Everyone's really helpful. Like I can ask like people that teach the stuff I'm trying to learn. I can ask people that already do it. I ask my peers that are learning it with me. I try to help the people that like are lost on certain topics. It's just like tons of collaboration. It feels like something that is worth me not playing as much Magic for. Like between the culture, the actual field, and just like everything that's going on. I really like the company, and I really like how the program has gone so far. So I don't know, like it's really hard for me to evaluate myself. I'm like pretty hard on myself in general in terms of like I'm just like everyone's their own biggest critic type of thing.
Sure.
So but I feel the best way to put it is I feel like I can hang with the other people in my program.
Well, I mean, that sounds about as sweet as it gets. I mean, really feeling like you're driving towards something worthwhile, I think, is one of the biggest hurdles for most people. Like, jobs either feel dead end or that they're not really fulfilling in any way. So if you're both challenged and feel like it's heading somewhere good, forget the self-evaluation stuff. You'll get there. But
Yeah.
if it's got those other factors, I think it's going to work itself out.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, if I don't make it, like after the year or so, like I will actually feel completely fine that I finally like really gave it my all in something that was career related that I was very passionate about. Like there's a period of time where yeah, like I kind of gave Magic my all, but I was always doing something at the same time. Like I would be in school or working. Like I never just full time played Magic. But here, like this is my job. I am doing this full time, and in my free time, I don't really think about Magic stuff anymore. I more think about my job related stuff, and I just like really want to succeed. Like I haven't felt this driven to try so hard before, and it's like really true that like even if I don't succeed, I actually feel great that in this like job, like I was pushed to feel this way, or I was pushed to finally give it my all and see what I'm actually capable of. And that's a very like satisfying feeling. So yeah, like I really don't want to fail, and that also like drives me. But if I do, I know I tried hard.
My guess would be, given what I know about you and how the way you're describing it and how driven you are and the effort you're putting into it, I don't think you're going to fail. That's my prediction. And given that I was correct on the cube draft, I'm going to be correct on this as well. I have a track record. It's been proven. So yeah, you're good to go.
Yeah, and I'll definitely let you know how that goes eventually and stuff. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. And yeah, thanks for asking.
Oh, no, I wanted to know before. I think I tried to ask you a little bit at the tournament, but the last I saw you. But tournaments are
we're both a little bit busy.
Exactly.
And also, the last time I saw you, I wasn't working yet. I think.
I thought you were either Philly in September or October, whenever the team tournament was.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did start at that one. I remember there's 2 Phillies after I moved to the Philly area. So I wasn't working for the first one. I was working for the second one. So
yeah, that's when I talked to you. I talked to you about the job at the first one, and we didn't talk much at the second one, yeah.
Yeah, you didn't get my signature at the second one, I think.
I did not, but I didn't have the notebook anymore. The notebook ran out of space, so I'm going to have to come up with something new. But they don't have Legacy Opens anymore, so...
Well, just this year.
What do you mean just this year? Oh, you think they're going to come back?
Yeah, like it could be possible that it comes back.
It's possible. It's possible there's also a GP, or you decide to travel to Missouri for a tournament. These are all possibilities.
If for whatever reason I don't make it in my job by then yes, I would probably go.
All right. Well,
but
I'm holding you to that.
Just win-win like situations, right?
Exactly. You're either successful in life and have the future that you hope for, or you get to come to Missouri and play Magic. So either way, that's perfect.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, man. Well.
All right.
Take it easy. Thanks again for coming on. And if you ever want to do
thanks for having me.
If you ever want to do it again, I'm game.
Me too.
All right. Take it easy, man.
All right. Happy holidays, everyone.